D has been deferred.
Yes.
Because the report is not ready.
Speaker, no. Speaker, I'm referring to 10D.
Yes.
Oh, 11, item 11.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then you are now talking. Because 10D has been deferred.
Speaker, item 11.
Very well.
Speaker, you see the reason why I respect you? And you will live long. Speaker, you are going to live long. The minister should report through the majority leader for a discussion between the ranking and the chair before the laying is done. You can't just come and lay and just go away. And she's not even in the chamber. She's my friend. She's my very good friend.
Honorable Majority Leader, it's good the minority whip is raising the issue. The item numbered 11. How is it being introduced?
Mr. Speaker, this bill is about fisheries and aquaculture. I want to assure the chief whip of the minority side that there will be enough fishes, tilapia, to go around. So leave the bill where it is. The discussions that he's expecting will take place. He was well behaved until my counterpart came into the chamber. And I saw him instigating him to reject the lane of the presentation of the bill. Now he's walking out. You were well behaved. You allowed the bill to be late.
Honorable Majority Leader, are we introducing this bill under certificate of urgency or it's a normal bill? So, honourable members, let's revisit item numbered 11. Honourable Minister, is your bill being introduced under certificate of urgency?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then you have to say so for the record.
I say so.
Very well.
Thank you.
Then I would then direct the Committee on Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs to consider the agency or otherwise and report to this House.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
I do not wish to overly drag this matter. I am simply saying that it is important.
Minority Chief Whip, you hold on. I will give consequential directions. So, Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, you are introducing this bill. I have referred it to the committee to consider the agency or otherwise. Please engage the committee as well as the leadership of the House to do the needful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so directed.
Majority Leader will then come to question time, starting with the urgent questions. 7D. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Since last week, we were expecting some very important policy statements from the Minister for Finance. He gave notice. Unfortunately, at the 11th hour, he was summoned to La Côte d'Ivoire to provide some services during the election of the president of the African Development Bank. So, Speaker, I crave your indulgence. The reason why I recommended that we should go to questions is because the minister was not in the chamber. He was here earlier on. He had to rush back to his office on some urgent matter. So I crave the indulgence of colleagues that we should allow the Minister for Finance to make some very important statements on some important financial matters that this House has been raising at Committee of the Whole meetings. And so the Minister is here. If we can vary the order of business so that we can ask the Minister to make the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader, you've heard the application. Minority Leader, you've heard the application. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's been an ongoing discussion. It flew from the Business Committee. And in fact, I have missed the Finance Minister. The House has missed him. So for him to be allowed to speak to us on specific matters, don't veer into strange matters, speak to specific matters. Speaker, yes, and the contractors are waiting. Statutory payment, we are waiting on him. If the condition is that he must speak to these specific matters. But before then, this is the business statement that was approved on Friday. I see all the questions scheduled for Tuesday, finding expression in the order paper. The Lands Minister question is conspicuously missing. The Lands Minister, his question was scheduled for today. It's not there. It's not on the order paper. No reason has been given. And this is the business statement that was approved. You can't go midnight and change what was approved by the House. The majority leader should be kind enough to tell us why the Land Minister's question is not there. Galamsey is all over the place.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, the application is to vary the order of business to allow the Minister responsible for Finance to brief the House. That is the application under consideration. That's why I am asking your view. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the Business Committee scheduled the Lands Minister to come and answer some questions. But he communicated to the House, dated 2nd June 2025, that with reference to our correspondence numbered, so dated 29th May, which was addressed to the Minister on the above subject matter, which is parliamentary questions, the Ministry wishes to inform you that the letter requesting for answers was received late on Friday, and hence the responses are not ready for submission to Parliament. We will therefore be glad if the Ministry is provided with a new schedule for an Honourable Minister to attend upon the House. So this is a communication from the Ministry that the letter came to them just on Friday, and you know that we are supposed to give them reasonable time to gather the responses for us. So they're asking for rescheduling. That's why you haven't seen that business slated for today on the order paper. This one.
Let's Speaker. This
Minority Chief.
This is not acceptable. And I want to respectfully tell the leader, it is not acceptable. I have authoritative information that letter was brought last night. And you brought the letter last night, and the leadership is not aware. The Chief Whip, the respected Chief Whip, when I spoke to him this morning, was unaware. He was not aware. You cannot write to the clerk and leave out leadership. So when we went to conclave, we were all not aware. Is the Land Minister running away from the question? There is Galamsey all over. Galamsey all over. Galamsey all over. So, the lands minister should do the proper thing. The practice has been, leader, with respect to you, the practice has been anytime a minister, look, the road minister is here. The road minister is always in the house.
Chief Whip, let's get this clear. Communication from ministers, is it not addressed to the clerk? Or is addressed to the whips?
I'm saying, and the clerk knows, the practice has been this communication to ease the prosecution of business on the floor. And that is the wisdom behind that. So anytime the communication comes, we are carried along. The whips are carried along. The leader and the leadership is carried along. Out of the blue, you can't bring this communication and say that we should accept it. In any case, he should have written some days ahead. I implore you to direct that the land minister should come to the house immediately. Wherever he is, he should come to the house and answer the questions.
Well, I'm unable to direct because of my little knowledge about the procedure. When the communication is to the clerk, it is the clerk then who have to give copies to the leaders. So having brought a letter to that effect, if I direct that he should come to the house now.
We will make another consideration and stage another compromise for them. But the clerk cannot speak to the microphone. But I'm saying it on record that the letter came late. It came just last night. But we can decide to let go. But they should go and see no more. They should go and see no more. Next time, bring these correspondence early enough and keep the chief whip in the picture. The honorable chief whip, they don't inform him. They don't tell him anything. The chief whip, very hard-working chief whip, and the ministers will not respect him. Speaker, the ministers must respect the chief whip.
Those standing, kindly resume your seat. Those standing, kindly resume your seats. Honorable member, this is so disrespectful to the maize. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader made an application that we should vary the order of business to accommodate the minister responsible for finance. But his application is large to an extent that we don't know what the minister responsible for finance is coming to brief the House about. So the majority leader must make the application correctly, to which he must let the Speaker and the House know what the finance minister will be briefing the House about. The finance minister, we know him very well. Before you will realize, he will begin to talk about things that is completely out of order.
Hold
so
it.
He should make the application properly, then we will be guided.
Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Honorable Anodombre, please tell the House, when we are taking the business statement, what you really want the finance minister to come and brief the House.
Oh, yeah, I think this matter is a matter of public record. There was an agreement that, in fact, I raised it, that the payment of statutory funds, and because of that, we should program the finance minister. It was discussed at the business committee meeting. It was repeated here, and the leader had assured that he will ensure the finance minister comes. So, Speaker, I don't think there is any argument about that.
Yes, but when this issue crop up at a meeting of the committee of the whole, how can we members of parliament create the impression that we don't know what the finance minister is here to brief us on?
Mr. Speaker, when the majority leader is making an application to the speakership, that application must be very clear, irrespective of what happened on Friday. He has to make his application very clear that he is applying to your good self to vary the order of business so that the finance minister will be accommodated to brief the House on so and so for the purpose of Hansard, and that's the procedure. So it does not matter whether we are aware or not. He should make his application very well, or else the finance minister will come and speak about certain things that is completely out of order. He is noted for that. He's a former leader. His artificial dollar rate, he will begin to talk about it.
Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we have serious business to prosecute today. Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear what the finance minister is here to do. Can we have the finance minister make the statement so that we can move on?
Yes, Honorable Osahini. Honorable Finance Minister, let me give the floor to the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Order 90, Order 91, 2 of the rules of this House provides a Minister of State may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House and not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. The application has been made for the minister to make a statement. I want to know from the minister, is he coming under Order 91? If he is coming under Order 91 to make the statement, are you aware of the content of the statement, and has he shared the statement with at least the leader of the House? You can't just come and spring a surprise on us. The rules are applicable to you. You are supposed to make the statement available. You make the statement with the indulgence of the House. So you can't keep it under your armpit. Come and spring a surprise. Yes, you've assured us that you are going to make a statement pursuant to a matter that occurred on Friday, but you can't keep it to yourself.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have rightly quoted Order 91.
That is so.
Look at Order 91 and tell the House which of the provisions allow
Mr. Speaker,
the policy statement to be shared with the leadership.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, with respect, this approach where you come up with, read, and tell us, please. You read it. Mr. Speaker, you don't read laws and rules in isolation. You read them as a whole. You give a conjunctive interpretation.
Okay, Honorable Minority Leader, let's look at Order 91, not in isolation, as a whole. And then we can put the meaning that ought to be ascribed to Order 91 to see where.
Very well. So, Mr. Speaker,
the policy statement will have to be shared with the leadership.
Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 91 and 93 together, 93 provides by the indulgence of the House.
Honorable Minority Leader.
May I finish? Mr. Speaker, you've asked the question. Allow me to finish. Then you can make your ruling, please. By the indulgence of the House and the leave of Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance at the time appointed for statement under Order 67. Mr. Speaker, the spirit behind this provision under 93(1) can be applied mutatis mutandis to 91 too. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I am inviting this House. That is why I am inviting this House to give it a purposive meaning. You can't just say that, Mr. Speaker, because that provision does not expressly say that you should make a disclosure. Mr. Speaker, disclosure is part of any serious democracy. Disclosure is part of any serious democracy. To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that 91(2)(b) is saying that the statement should not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate, implies that the statement must be known to you to make a determination. Mr. Speaker, if as it is, the minister makes a statement
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
To the extent, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
My colleagues behind were making some noise. Mr. Speaker,
please. Order.
My submission, Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that to the extent that 91(2)(b) is putting across a caveat. The caveat provides that the statement should not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, at what point would you know if there is no disclosure to you? So the man mounts a dispatch box and begins to breach this order, by which time the horses would have bolted. So I'm only asking that, Mr. Speaker, it will be appropriate for him to make that statement available to you and at least available to leadership, if not to the entire house, for us to peruse. Mr. Speaker, are we saying that because the order does not provide for certain admissibility clause, you are not supposed to see it? This provision is subject to admissibility by the Speaker. That is why 91(2)(b) says that it should not provoke the debate.
Honorable Minority Leader.
The statement is subject to the admissibility discretion of the Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think the answer to the issue you are raising is no. That has never been the practice. Now, if you look at Order 91, Order 91 is on statement by the Speaker and Minister. Then Order 92 is on ceremonial speech. Then Order 93 is on statement by member. Therefore, you cannot read Order 93, a statement by a member, to justify an argument for a statement being made by a minister. We've also been in this house for some time. The practice is not that if a minister is coming to make a statement, the content of the statement must be shared. No. But the standing order is guiding the minister as to the content of the statement he's coming to deliver, that the statement should not provoke debate. So it is very novel for you to say that the statement must be shared. So, honorable members, we shall accordingly proceed. Honorable Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to brief the House on the payment of statutory funds. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House, I'm fully aware of the considerable interest that honorable members attach to this important subject, which lies at the heart of the fiscal decentralization. First and foremost, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to colleagues for their continued cooperation. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll begin today's brief with the District Assembly's Common Fund, the DACF. Mr. Speaker, our effort is driven by President Mahama's unwavering commitment to decentralization development, as articulated in Chapter 20 of the 1992 Constitution. It is well established that metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies have gone through severe financial strain over the past 8 years due to the unfortunate re-centralization of district assemblies' common fund. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that decisions taken in recent years have regrettably undermined the capacity of MMDAs to respond effectively to the pressing needs of our people at the local level. Right Honorable Speaker, in the past 8 years, a paltry 40% to 50% of transfers to the common fund were disbursed directly to the district assemblies, thereby denying MMDAs the ability to spur local economic development. Mr. Speaker, the government under President John Mahama is resolute in its determination to reverse this trend. We are committed to adequately resource MMDAs and ensure that effective and accountable utilization of these resources are maintained at all times. In line with our promise to revitalize the local economy, President Mahama's administration has prioritized improving financial strength of the district assemblies. I wish to commend members of this House for endorsing, as part of the 2025 budget, government proposal to ensure that a minimum of 80% of allocated district assembly common fund resources are transferred directly to MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, this measure will empower assemblies to drive economic growth at the local level and deepen the process of decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, through this policy initiative, government is guaranteeing that approximately 6.1 billion Ghana cedis of the 7.57 billion Ghana cedis earmarked for the year 2025 will be disbursed directly to local assemblies to spur local economic activities at the district level. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, every district assembly will receive a minimum of 25 million Ghana cedis this year. A minimum of 25 million Ghana cedis this year. Mr. Speaker, our resource extends beyond mere release of funds. We have taken decisive steps to ensure that these resources are utilized in line with government economic objectives. Mr. Speaker, as I say, a minimum of 25 million Ghana cedis will go to every district assembly, a minimum. Mr. Speaker, Section 126(3) of the Local Government Act 2016, Act 936, mandates government to determine the categories of expenditure within the approved development budget of district assemblies that must be funded through the district assembly common fund. In compliance with this, the Cabinet of President Mahama has approved guidelines to ensure the prudent and accountable utilization of these funds. The guidelines as approved by Cabinet are as follows. Mr. Speaker, 25% of the amount transferred to the district assemblies is to be utilized for the design and construction of a model market in each district assembly. Mr. Speaker, 10% of the amount is earmarked for the construction of health facilities where a minimum of 2 CHIPS compounds are supposed to be constructed at rural assemblies. Mr. Speaker, again, 10% of the amount is earmarked for the construction of educational facilities, including 1 KG block, 1 primary school block, and 1 junior high school block. Right Honorable Speaker, another 10% of the amount is earmarked for the provision of potable water in each assembly, of which a minimum of 10 boreholes are supposed to be constructed in rural assemblies. Mr. Speaker, again, we have earmarked 10% of the amount that will be sent directly to the assemblies for the provision of school furniture. Mr. Speaker, in order for the assemblies not to use this amount for the purposes of the administration and monitoring and evaluation, government has capped the allocation for the running of the assembly to be at 5%. 5%. And Speaker, finally, recognizing the need to complete abandoned legacy projects, including the numerous uncompleted structures left behind by the Middle Belt Development Authority, Coastal Development Authority, and the Northern Development Authority. We have also allocated an amount, 20% of the amount to be used to fix the mess that were created by these authorities. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are steadfast in our resolve to ensure strict adherence to the utilization guidelines governing funds allocated to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, as at yesterday, we have transferred the sum of 987 million. Mr. Speaker, as at yesterday, the district assemblies has received, and we have the district assembly common fund has received, and we have transferred the sum of 987,965,073 Ghana cedis from the consolidated fund to the district assembly's common fund, being the first quarter amount due the district assembly common fund for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the administrator of the district assembly's common fund is required to ensure that 80% of this amount is transferred directly to the assemblies without fail, and expenditure returns submitted to the Ministry of Finance before subsequent releases will be made. So, Speaker, I repeat, the administrator of the district assembly's common fund is required to ensure that 80% of this amount is transferred directly to the district assemblies without fail, and expenditure returns submitted to the Ministry of Finance before any subsequent release will be made. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are also encouraged to monitor the utilization of this amount sent to their respective assemblies in line with the approved guidelines by the Cabinet of President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that under the leadership of President Mahama and the NDC, for the first time in several months, transfer to all statutory funds have been made promptly and in full. Mr. Speaker, we have not just made them, but also in full. Notably, all transfers due the National Health Insurance Fund for the period covering January, February, March have been paid in full. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of 2,033,469,607 Ghana cedis has been disbursed to the National Health Insurance Fund, and they have received the funds. These disbursements have enabled the National Health Insurance Scheme to settle arrears owed to healthcare providers and to implement the free primary health care and the Ghana Medical Care Trust Program, otherwise known as Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, has received a total of 2,710,227,947 Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, 2.7 billion Ghana cedis for the month of January, February, March, and April 2025, all transferred and received by the Ghana Education Trust Fund. As earlier announced in the 2025 budget, funding for the free senior high school program is now fully covered under the GET Fund. Subsequently, the challenges, including feeding, which previously impedes the smooth implementation of the program, have been resolved as a result of the payment that we have made. Right, Honorable Speaker, these payments are a clear reflection of our commitment to meet all statutory obligations in priority sectors of the economy. I encourage honorable members to continue to support our effort as we chart a new course towards resetting our economy. The Speaker, let us work together to strengthen the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies and position them as engines of local economic development. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will then open the floor to take comment subject to Order 91, 4 and 5. Honorable members, the comment must be within the ambit of Standing Order 91, 4 and 5. The floor is now open. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we have agreed that we'll take 3-3, including leadership.
Very well.
Including leadership.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well. Honorable Member, you have the floor. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a few comments to the statement by the Minister of Finance. I listened to the Minister carefully. He tried to make very important and valid comment with regard to the releases of statutory fund. Mr. Speaker, we are in June. This is the second quarter of the year. And normally we would have expected that these releases will come within the expected period so that the assemblies will have funds to run the assembly. I hear my colleagues saying that it is not normal. It is not normal. So if he's releasing, well, you are the holder of the purse, you pass there. So if you think this is normal to you, it's up to you. But I'm saying that it is not normal. We need to encourage the government that such releases will come timely. The fact that it happened previously, that is the problem that I have in this country, Mr. Speaker. The fact that releases are delayed doesn't mean that it's a normal thing that we should continue. Mr. Speaker, so I want to encourage the finance minister. Sometimes when they say it has been released, it's just a mere letter that they write that it has been released. The controller, before you go, they will be giving you excuses. I have been in the helm of it, so I know how it operates. They will tell you it has been released. Mr. Finance Minister, I am from here. I will go to the Common Fund Administrator.
Honourable members, I will begin to name and shame those who are standing.
If actually the money is in the account. If it is in the account, I'm sure as a members of parliament we will get to know about it. So next time, I'm just encouraging you that next time, Mr. Finance Minister, let it be released on time. Don't wait till the second quarter before you make such releases. Let it come. We need the money. The assemblies need the money. We need to continue some outstanding projects. So I want to encourage you. Make sure you let the money come on time. But Mr. Speaker, you know, I think it is something that is refreshing that finally the government has made releases of such an amount to the assembly. We as the members of parliament, our role is an oversight. We will make sure we monitor the utilization of this fund at our assemblies and make sure that the guideline that the government have set for the assemblies, they follow strictly and make sure that the people at the various constituency benefit from it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy Nyako. Yes, honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Finance Minister this afternoon. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Kennedy Nyako, we just listened to you, so please resume your seat and listen to others. We've just listened to you. Resume your seat and listen to others.
Mr. Speaker, let me first commend the Finance Minister for the briefing or the statement he has made to this House with an intention to strengthen the revenue stream of the district assemblies to develop their various districts and metropolis. However, I want us to put on record that this is not the first time government, previous government and past government have allocated revenue for the development of this country. The minister talked about uncapping of funds to the district assemblies. Past government had also decided to cap revenue to enable it achieve its own set targets and objectives as a country. And so it's all about the nature in which government decides to run its economy and what its priorities are. We cannot say, as the minister indicated, he said that the revenue available to the district assemblies are going to support the health infrastructure of district assemblies, support education, as well as water and so on and so forth. We are all in this country where a government took a bold decision to construct 111 health facilities in this country, all centered across the various districts. I'm sure one is in your district. all set towards bringing health infrastructure development across the district. The money that is made available today, 10% to health facilities, the minister is talking about creating at least 2 CHIPS compound. 2 CHIPS compound cannot be compared to the building of a fully fledged district hospital as we saw brought up in this government, in the past government. I was expecting the minister to tell this House as well how much money he is making available to complete the health facilities that are in various stages of completion. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
member, is the statement not on statutory funds?
I agree, but I'm making a point based on the statement. It's all about the statutory payments and what is being used for. Mr. Speaker, I'm also here to declare that this funding, as the minister said, is supposed to be run by the assemblies, which we, members of parliament, are also part of. And we also are supposed to play oversight responsibilities in terms of the utilization of these funds. I want the Honourable Minister of Finance to send similar indication to the MCEs and the DCEs that this money is for the development of the assemblies, with the members of parliament having oversight responsibility against those funding. Because many a times it is made to believe as if the funding that is going to the assemblies is for political expediency. But as the minister has indicated, it is for the well-being of our people and our communities. And we owe it as a house to make sure that we hold government, the MMDCs, accountable for the utilization of it. The minister should also be mindful about the procurement processes when it comes to this utilization of funds, so that there will not be abuses and breaches in the Procurement Act. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the minister once again, and I challenge him to make sure that in going forward, more of such releases will go to the assemblies for the development of this country. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs.
The Speaker has called me. Mr. Speaker, for the record, this time,
my voice has not been heard in this house. And the Minister for Finance has released the money. Mr. Speaker, this is history. Previously, Mr. Speaker, I will stand here and rant, no show. But this time, for the first time, an amount of close to 1 billion has been released to the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, we suffered though. Myself and my good brother, Honorable Frank Anudompre, we will be at conclave, struggling with Finance Minister to release just 200. He will say, I'll give you 300. We say 400. We say, no, I can't give 400. He said 250. Mr. Speaker, I believe Honorable Minister for Finance, myself and my good brother, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, we commend you for the good show. Mr. Speaker, secondly, let's call a spade spade. And he who clams well deserves a push. I've heard my respected colleague saying that we are in the second quarter. Yes, the second quarter has not ended for it to be released. The law says 1 month after the quarter. First quarter has ended, and that money has been released. We are in June, first week in June. So you cannot be demanding for second quarter release. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has done what is needful. But Mr. Speaker, secondly, it is not only Common Fund that has been released. Common Fund 1 billion, Get Fund 2 billion, Health Insurance 2 billion. Mr. Speaker, tell me, in your 12, 13 years stay in this house, have you seen this before? It has never happened. Mr. Speaker, we are going back to the pre-2017, where the assemblies were active and up and doing, where computers in the villages have jobs to do, where masons in the communities have jobs to do, where the rural folks who could fetch water for contractors had work to do, where those who were selling hardware in the villages had work to do, where, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian youth were interested in artisanal job. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, I used to call for the collapse of the development authorities and giving that jobs to the assemblies to do. Mr. Speaker, that has been done. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, go to the assemblies and see. No assembly, even 1 year, to get 3 million in a year was a problem. That 3 million is being given to them in the quarter. Mr. Speaker, no, I'm saying this so that when, in the foreseeable future, when you can, you copy it. Don't say that. Mr. Speaker, and if, Mr. Speaker, 3 million, looking at the money that is being released, almost 1 billion is being released. 80% is going directly to the assemblies. And each assembly, we have 261 assemblies. 80% of almost 1 billion is 784 million. Divided by 261, every assembly will get no less than 3 million Ghana cedis in this quarter. Tell me, since when did this happen before? But Mr. Speaker, it's good you are bringing this to the attention of the House, so that my colleagues will put their eagle eye on how those monies are going to be utilized. But Mr. Speaker, one good thing that the President has directed that be done from the Cabinet is that no job or no project from the previous administration is going to be abandoned. So 20% of the 1 billion Ghana cedis
Honorable-
will be used to pay
Honorable
the
Minister for
projects
Local
that were
Government.
started by our predecessors.
Minister for Local Government. Honorable Minister, continue to make your statement, but make sure you operate within the ambit of Standing Order 91, 4 and 5.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 91.3. Mr. Speaker, Order 91.3 is clear that a member may comment on a statement, and the statement shall not provoke debate. My good friend, the minister responsible for local government, all his comments are all provoking debate to an extent that he's inviting the minority chief whip that they are all commending the minister responsible for finance. So, Mr. Speaker, call him to order that his comments are violating Order 91.3, and for that matter, he must stay on course.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government, operate within the meaning of 91.3.
Mr. Speaker,
And
I have.
you should not provoke debate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Habib is my brother. And Mr. Speaker, you remember he said when Atu comes, he will speak on something differently. But I could see that he's enjoying. But Mr. Speaker, clearly, these are being done for oversight purposes. And this is to make the House aware that such and such amount is being released, so that in the subsequent days, the committee responsible for chieftaincy, the committee responsible for sanitation, and the committee responsible for local governance, when going on their oversight responsibilities, they will know that these are the guidelines and this is the amount of money that was released to them. But Mr. Speaker, for your information, this is not the only money that is going to the assemblies. Just this morning, I had a meeting with the KFW. I had a meeting with SECO. I had a meeting with the GIZ. Mr. Speaker, they've all agreed that previously they withdrew most of their services. But because of the investment the president is sending to the assemblies, they are bringing it back. So in 2025 and 2026,
Honorable Minister, conclude.
Starting from October, they are also going to release monies to about 75 assemblies that distress districts. So, Mr. Speaker, good news is coming, and these are happy days for the assemblies. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Soini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to first of all commend the Finance Minister for the decision to brief the House on government's policy as far as the statutory payments are concerned. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't expecting anything less. I am excited to hear that he's releasing about 25 million Ghana cedis to all the assemblies. And Mr. Speaker, this took my mind back to the promise of 1 million one constituency. And I'm just wondering how much that will be if you were to break it down into 1 million one constituency. 25 million cedis at the local level is a lot, and it's going to actually contribute to the expansion of water provision and also, you know, other utilities in the local at the local level. I'm particularly excited that the minister is directing that a portion of this should be used to construct nodal markets at the local level, because it is important that our assemblies utilize these releases so that over the period they can also on their own generate revenue to support their activities. Revenue generation at the local level has been very, very low over the period. And it's because many of these assemblies are not able to support the trading and the local economy. They are not able to stimulate the local economy. And these markets, I'm sure, will do that. I'm also very excited that the minister has spoken of the releases that will also be made to some of the other agencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is made possible because of the prudent management of the economy that we have all seen over the period. And we hope that
we will all in this house provide the oversight that is needed, as the local government minister has spoken of. And with that oversight, these releases will be properly utilized, and our people at the end of the day will be the beneficiaries. And that will help sustain the growth that we are seeing in the economy today. So, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to commend the finance minister for briefing the House on these policies, and it is my conviction and my hope that the various assemblies will utilize these monies to the benefit of our people. Thank you very much.
Yes, my minority leadership. The indication was I should take 3-3, including leadership. Majority chief whip. Majority chief, is that not the sense of the House?
Mr. Speaker, that was the case. So we agreed on 3-3, inclusive of leadership.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the...
Speaker, it appears that the statement has generated more interest. So leadership is praying you to vary the earlier submission to add one more, so make it 4.
Having regard to the tall business of the day?
Yes.
Well, I'm at your mercy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that an additional one won't hurt the House. So 4-4, inclusive of leadership.
Very well. Then, Honorable Wanyimedu Entry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also commend the Minister for being very brief and very clear on the statement. But I saw that the Minister himself was in breach of Order 91.3 when he makes a statement like he's providing money for the special initiative. And the language he used was that to solve the mess that was created. I think as a minister he could have used a better word to say that a mess that was created. Government is continuous. And if you are here now as the Minister of Finance to direct us, you should use a better language, Mr. Speaker. And I am not surprised that the Minister for Local Government did not wait to hear us, but jumped in and was also in breach of that order. What I would have loved to hear from the Minister, in as much as we appreciate whatever that had been proposed that is going to the Assembly, it is good. But, Mr. Speaker, it is quite recent that the government provided huge amounts of money in purchasing machines for the DRIP, that is the road infrastructure. I was expecting that, given the details, he would direct at least some monies to be given or to be allocated for fuel, in order that if you go to the assemblies now, most of these drip machines are packed. I was told when I asked that they wanted to do an inspection and take stock, and I was wondering what kind of stuff they were going to take when we know that we have about 6 or 7 or 8 machines in a district assembly. Since government is continuous, if the minister had not thought of that, I would pray. And I think the Minister for Roads is here. And I pray that the Honorable Minister for Roads will liaise with the Minister of Finance so that we can have a direction so far as our roads, the road infrastructure is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Walanyo Cheku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first commend our Honorable Finance Minister for making the House very happy this afternoon. I know this is news that for years, for 8 years, we have not heard in this parliament. Because for 8 years, Mr. Speaker, I have not seen a single chip compound in my constituency, Hohwe constituency. But today, I can boldly walk to my constituency, Hohwe, and tell them I will provide them with chip compound. I can look straight into the eyes of my Zongo colleagues in Hohwe that the market that we promised them, together with the assembly, we will build that market for them. This shows clearly that Ato is forcing. Ato has brought the economy back on track. And I will also thank him for empowering the MPs to play oversight responsibility over the chunk of money that has been sent there. And we promise him that we will do so to see to it that the reset agenda is well achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's unfortunate the Finance Minister, after making his statement, has decided unceremoniously to leave the chamber. Instead of him sitting and listening to us, our views, he just left the chamber. Well, I'm reliably told he's coming back. We hope he will come back and listen.
Honour member, the Hansard will capture you.
Speaker, first of all, let nobody be deceived that the finance minister so moto walk into this chamber and deliver this statement. No, let me correct it. We started this advocacy at the business committee. We started advocating for the finance minister to be here and brief us or update the House on payment of statutory funds. Then on Friday, last week Friday, when the majority leader presented the business statement, I got up, the Hansard will bear me out, and raised the matter again. And that is what compelled him to be here. So you should be commending the minority. All of you were quiet, you couldn't even complain. And you didn't want to criticize your own government, you were quiet. We caused the finance minister to come to this house. Speaker, that's a statement of fact. And let nobody be deceived. Majority leader, sit down and let's talk. Majority leader, let us talk. You can have the whole day. So don't be deceived. Speaker, the minister says he's presenting guidelines. The minister says he's presenting guidelines by which the statutory funds, I don't know if he was limiting himself to common funds, should be disbursed. Is the minister seeking to take away the authority of this August House? We have passed the common fund formula. This House. By what authority would the minister say that he's giving guidelines? The guidelines are all subsumed here. The guidelines, the minister is coming, he should come, my good friend, come and sit down and listen. The guidelines for the usage of the common fund are all here. For the avoidance of doubt, and the template is not different, it's the same template that was used. Of course, I commend you when you say that you are going to ensure that 80% goes to the assembly. That one, you have done well. It's work in progress. But you have not done too well. It is just a beginning. So, National Youth Program, National Employment Support, National Disaster Support, construction, renovation of MMDAs and other buildings, reserve fund, blah, 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 blah.
Honour member, which document are you reading?
I'm reading the 2025 District Assembly Common Fund Formula. Was passed by this House.
Very well.
So essentially, I'm saying that you have not done anything new. You have not done anything new. You are applauding the finance minister. He has not done anything new. And Speaker, I am questioning the authority with which our good friend, the Exchequer, will come to this House and say that Cabinet has approved guidelines. Cabinet cannot approve any guideline that is different from the formula approved by this August House. So he's compelled to go by the provision of this formula. That's a statement of fact. Let me proceed further. Local government minister, sit down. Sit down and listen to me.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I've also been in this house for a very long time. After the disbursement of the District Assembly's Common Fund, in line with the formula approved by this house, when the money is disbursed to the district assemblies, there is always a guideline to the district assemblies, and copies of those guidelines have been given to respective members of the assembly. Is that not the practice?
Speaker, that is not right. That is not right. Let's not set a bad precedent. Let's stick to the formula approved by this house. Then we'll be making
your
progress.
word should be we should not follow a bad precedent.
Speaker,
not citing a bad precedent.
Allow me to proceed. So these guidelines are alien to this house, and he knows. We are proceeding further. I look at the contents of the formula, and you have allocated a paltry sum of 8 million for the administration of the drip equipment. 8 million, the entire country. 8 million for the administration of the drip machines imported and bought by the previous government. How is that workable?
Is that the formula you have approved?
Is that? Yes.
I'm saying that, is that the formula you have approved?
This is your leading question. It's a very leading question.
It's not a leading question. Because it is this house that approved the formula. It's not the finance minister.
So let me go by your principle of guidelines. If I'm borrowing into your principle, then the guidelines should come and amend that. Then the 8 million is paltry, so we should amend it and ensure that more amount is allocated. Well, that is a very serious point. Now, whether you like it or not, you stand in breach of the Local Government Act. 6 months, June, the Act says that you should be making payment quarterly. We are entering the 6th month. And so, well, if you are saying that we made mistakes, that is why you brought reset agenda. Would you listen to me? Speaker, would you listen to me? Speaker, you came on an agenda of resetting Ghana. Yes or no? Honorable Haruna Disu, yes or no? The agenda is to reset the development agenda and the development paradigm of this country. And the Ghanaian people were gracious enough. They gave you 187 members of parliament. And you won with an emphatic margin. And then you are still referencing the MPP. You should be ashamed. Because you should be improving. You should improve upon what we did. You shouldn't come and say that the MPP made mistakes and therefore you're also making the same mistakes. Why? You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. The minister who is not listening to me, that's fine. He failed to update this house on outstanding payments. You cannot come and say that I'm paying 1 billion here. That is lopsided. Give us an absolute report. How much is outstanding? How much have you paid out of the outstanding? That is the crux of the matter. You are picking and choosing. The finance minister decided to pay when he pleases. That is wrong. The law mandates him to be paying quarterly. You are paying first week in June, and you are saying we should praise you, we should clap for you. We should be clapping for you. After all this delay, contractors are crying if you don't know. So my assembly in Salama Bedri, I've come there. My assembly, if you go there, assembly officials, they are all seated, very sad. Myself and the chief whip, I wish he was here. We went to the Common Fund administration, going to advocate for your payment. He said, the finance minister has not released anything. So you release after 6 months and you say we should clap for you. We will clap for you. After 6 months. The road fund, funding to be released to the road fund, not even a PESWA. Contractors are crying all over. Contractors are crying. Contractors are crying. Kwame Agboja is very sad. The road minister is very sad. So, Speaker, I think we need to look at this matter beyond the politics of it. The disability fund. Our compatriots who are fiscally challenged. I'm very sad. I am very, very sad this afternoon. Our compatriots who are fiscally challenged. And if you look at the formula, there is a provision explicitly dedicated to a disability fund. They have to wait for 6 months. Our disabled compatriots have to wait for 6 months. And after 6 months, you release a poetry psalm and you are here that we should praise you. We can't praise you. This is your duty anyway. So yeah, Get Fund is outstanding.
So, Honorable Minority,
Get Fund payment is
Minority
outstanding.
Chief Whip, under Standing Order 91(6), I'm entitled to give direction after the statement. It's not debate. It is not debate. This is not debate. This is comment. So I want to understand which years arrears are you talking about?
Speaker, I am worried about how our contractors are struggling to continue with project. And then I hear, Finance Minister, I hear you say that you are going to contract market. Come with me, Speaker. The special fund, I want to quote. No, I'm not sitting down. So yeah, with your leave. Finance Minister, listen, look into my eyes and listen. So yeah, listen. Special project. Already you have said that market will be built. There is a provision under special project. An amount of 70 million has also been allocated for rural urban development special project, such as markets, astroturfs, waste management, borehole, street lighting, fumigation. So which market are you talking about? That thing is captured by the formula already. Is it for propaganda purpose? That is why the leader was saying that you should have brought the statement for us to vet. We, the minority, should have vetted your statement to show you direction. And then we give you alternatives. So, Speaker, seriously, a lot of the things the finance minister spoke to are already captured by the formula. And I beg to differ that he hasn't got the power to say that he's amending the formula that this House has already approved of. The Honorable Harry Redris, who agrees with me, and I see him nodding. You cannot amend the formula we have approved of. So if it is just guidelines, yes, but you cannot come here and just give us guidelines. You should consult us. Leader, that has been the practice. Now, in conclusion, I want to emphasize that when we pass the appropriation bill 2025 into an act, then we approve the overarching amount that is supposed to go to the assemblies. So you're not doing us any grace. Finance Minister, you're not doing anything wondrous for the House to applaud you. You are paying what you are supposed to pay anyway. You are paying what you are supposed to pay anyway. Back to the contractors. Because in my constituency, if you come to the heart of Insaom, all road contractors are not working. I see my good friend, the road minister, still glance at me. I am helping you. You cannot speak. Contractors must be paid in this country. They are suffering. Contractors are suffering. Assemblies are suffering. Youth employment are suffering. And you release the poetry psalm. He has just released this poetry psalm and he wants us to applaud him. We will not applaud you. Go and pay the contractors and then come back to this house. When you come back to this house, then we will say that I know how dedicated you are. I mean, in my other world, when I was seated here and you sat in this black seat, I know the principles you had espoused. The need for the assemblies not to be denied of the oxygen to prosecute public business. That you have always said. But getting to the office, you are different. You are different. You delay for 6 months. As we can come and give us poetry psalm and say that we should applaud you. Well, we will see. Speaker, he will be coming to this house with his mid-year budget. We'll be waiting for your mid-year budget. Leader, on that note, even though I'm not happy, what can I do? What can I do? But mid-year budget, make sure you take care of all these deficiencies, especially the 8 million to drip. That is too bad. That is too small. The entire country. Honorable Minister, take a look at that. 8 million is too small. The allocation to disabled people, I agree with you. Then the one for special fund, I agree, we should build more market. Then NADMO, how much have you released to NADMO? There is flooding all over the country. Accra, there is flooding in Accra. There is flooding in my colleague's constituency. Speaker, how much has he released to NADMO? Well, I thank you, Speaker. I'm grateful.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I intend giving the appropriate direction to the Finance Minister. I want to know the years in arrears. What is in arrears? What is in arrears? So that I can direct the Finance Minister to pay.
Mr. Speaker, I think...
Which years arrears are you talking about?
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is well briefed. So the Finance Minister is aware.
I want the House to be briefed. Brief the House about the arrears so that I can make consequential directions.
Are you saying I should brief the House, Speaker?
But you are talking about payment of arrears.
Yes, there is an arrears. You know there is. Speaker, with respect, there is an arrears. That one is a fact. But I'm saying that but that is the Finance Minister. He has all the figures. So I'm saying, Speaker, I'm simply saying that he cannot apprise us of payment without carrying us along in terms of what is outstanding. That maybe leadership will engage him. There are other matters we have to talk about. I'm not too happy with him. I'm not too happy with him because the mood of the House, he has to perform. He knows what to do, and he's refusing. Speaker, you yourself, you're not happy because he's not doing what he's supposed to do.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to commend the Minister of Finance, Dr. Kessel Atuforsen, for the statement that he has made. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear that there has been no delay in the payment of statutory funds by the government of John Dramani Mahama. No delay. Mr. Speaker, the records at National Health Insurance Authority are clear that on a monthly basis, payments have been made to service providers, payments have been made and transferred to hospitals, and we don't owe. That is very clear. Mr. Speaker, it is also very clear that Get Fund allocation has also been made and payments made to Get Fund. Indeed, I am informed by some contractors that they have been paid. Mr. Speaker, the annual ritual of senior high schools not reopening because they don't have food has not occurred again. And schools are happily being run. Schools are happily being run. It is obvious that we are doing well in the education sector as well. Mr. Speaker, if there has been a delay in the transfer of the funds to the Common Fund Administrator, it is for very good reason. Mr. Speaker, the assemblies did not exist until very recently. After the election, many of the assemblies too dissolved. Because if you read the law,
the law says that the assembly is made of the district chief executive and the elected assembly members and the government appointees. The government appointees had been withdrawn. The DCE ceased to exist. They were no longer in office. So there was no assembly to transfer the money to. There was no assembly. Because by law, the assembly did not exist. There was no assembly. That is what the law says. Mr. Speaker, it is only recently, a couple of weeks ago, that most assemblies were able to elect their chief executives. When they elected their chief executives, then the assemblies were properly constituted to now be assemblies. And the Honorable Minister for Local Government went around the country to inaugurate the assemblies. That is why the monies were not transferred to the assemblies, because the assemblies did not exist. They had not yet been inaugurated by the local government minister. So there has never been any delay. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader, Minority Leader is on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the leader of this House to the rules of this House regarding this particular subject matter. The minister made a statement, and even the rules provide that the minister in his statement should not provoke debate. What the majority leader is doing now is to veer off from the content of the statement and to start his own argument outside of it. Mr. Speaker, there's no problem if there's a need for us to debate on an important subject matter which borders on national development. The Minister of Finance was in this House presenting the budget statement. The President had earlier told us that the famous 24-hour economy policy would find space in the budget. That was not in the budget. The minister is not concerned about how to create employment.
Honorable Minority Leader,
people are being sacked.
you are on a point of order.
Economy?
Honorable Minority Leader, you are on a point of order. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming. I'm laying a foundation. The Minister of Finance was supposed to provide a policy direction regarding the 24-hour economy. He has failed to do that.
What is your point of order, Minority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I am arguing. My submission is that to the extent that the majority leader has failed to limit his comments to the issue raised by the finance minister, he is in clear breach of the rules guiding this particular subject matter. Mr. Speaker, why is he not concerned about the failure of the finance minister to pay contractors and to address the issue of 24-hour economy to create employment? Why is he not concerned about the mass dismissals in the public sector? As a majority leader, all he says is that, and then they have fulfilled the promise. Fulfill which promise? With time, you'll be exposed. Mr. Speaker, please guide the majority leader to act within the rules. Comment briefly and not to provoke debate. If you want a debate, let's dedicate a time for a debate on their 6 months of failure and disappointment. We're ready for them, but not smuggle his way in a statement when you failed in your own flagship policy. The 24-hour economy, your own flagship policy. You have failed the people of Ghana.
Honorable
President failed in his own. He said, finance minister took it. He said there's a team every day, committee.
Honorable Minority Leader, thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, please proceed.
So, Speaker, when the statement was made by the minister, it was made pursuant to Order 91 91.2. 91.2 is very clear. A minister of state may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House. Everything the minister said is factual. Facts about payments, facts about the timing of payment, facts about what the payments are meant for. They were all facts. Mr. Speaker, when you gave opportunity to honorable members to comment pursuant to Order 91.3, which says that a member may comment on the statement and the comment shall not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, members on the other side, in their comments, raised questions about delay in the payments. They said there is a delay in the payments. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I sought to also correct that and put the facts before this House that there has been no delay in the payments. No delay because the first quarter, which has passed, was a period when the assemblies did not exist. They had been dissolved. So he could not have made the payments to the assemblies when they did not exist. The second quarter is now. The second quarter is now. So we just ended. And that is why he has come to report to us that both the first quarter when the assemblies didn't exist and this quarter, he is now making the payment. He has made the payment. One of them, in his comments, also raised issues about whether it was paper payment or actual cash payment. Mr. Speaker, again, to correct the records and be factual, I have a copy of the letter of the Minister of Finance transmitting the money to the Common Fund Administrator. I have the evidence. So it is not paper money, it is actual cash that has been transferred to the Common Fund Administrator. Mr. Speaker, so they have also transferred it to the various district assemblies. This is factual. This is on record. You can go out and go and check with the Common Fund Administrator and with the assemblies whether the Minister for Finance has indeed transferred the funds to the Common Fund Administrator for onward transmission to the assemblies. These are factual. We want to assure you that the issue of the disability is also within the law, that 3% is for the disabled. When you send only 1 million to the assemblies for a whole year, 3% of that is very, very insignificant. But with this level of transmissions that we are seeing, these gargantuan amounts, these colossal amounts, these impactful amounts, these amounts that can actually change the financial foundation of district assemblies, the disabled will be laughing to their bank accounts. The disabled will be excited because they are going to get 3% of gargantuan amounts of money. So the 3% is guaranteed in the law, and when it gets to the assemblies, the disabled, the physically challenged will get their share.
Honorable Majority Leader, what is gargantuan amount?
When it is big, when it is big, when it is colossal, when some people used to transfer just 1 million, and then others come and they are transferring 20 million. That is gargantuan. This is what has happened, and especially when they are transferring it on time. Mr. Speaker, this whole discussion is about the promise of President John Dramani Mahama to revive our districts. How do you revive districts? By injecting funds into those districts, by making sure they are resourced. President John Dramani Mahama promised to reset this country. You reset the country by resetting the district assemblies. How do you reset the district assemblies? By making sure they get the right amount of financial resources. This country has been discussing
fiscal decentralization. Only in rhetorics. The funds never get to the assemblies. President John Dramani Mahama stood in this house and promised us that 80% of the funds he will make sure they hit the accounts of the various assemblies. And the Minister for Finance has come to report to us that like what he is now known for, a man who keeps his promise, John Dramani Mahama is keeping the promise. The funds are hitting the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, they are hitting the assemblies, and the assemblies now have the resources to revive our economies. Mr. Speaker, this House has an opportunity to discuss fiscal decentralization today. Assemblies are supposed to be run on resources generated by the assemblies. The law makes provision for assemblies to take basic rates and use the basic rates to run the assemblies. The law makes provision for assemblies to collect property rates and use the property rates to run the assemblies. The law makes provision for development levies, for betterment levies. But most of our assemblies do not meet their obligations to go around and mobilize these resources for the running of the assemblies. And they continue to depend on the common fund. This government will make sure that they get the common fund. But we want to urge the assemblies not to forget that what they are supposed to run the assemblies on is the basic rates. It is the development levies. It is the property rates. It is the betterment rates. These fundamentally are the resources with which we should be running assemblies, and not wait for only the common fund resources to run the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 8 of the statements, paragraph 8 of the statements deals with the past record where only 40% to 50% actually got transferred to the assemblies. And that is what I have just discussed, the commitment of this government to make sure that 80% gets to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 14 and you see the amount, 6.1 billion going to the assemblies, very, very significant. But Mr. Speaker, what excites me is the guidelines. And I've heard colleagues raise issues about the competence of the minister to issue guidelines. The law is very clear. The Local Governance Act, it says that the minister shall, in consultation with the minister responsible for finance, determine the category of expenditure of the approved development budget of district assemblies that must in each year be made out of amount received by the district assemblies from the district assemblies common fund. The law is very clear. You see, to educate you on this matter, Minority Leader, the law says that the minister shall, in consultation with the minister responsible for finance, determine the category of expenditure. You see, the assembly has its expenditure. They also have their sources of revenue, basic rates, development levy, property rates, betterment rates. What the law is saying is that common fund money will also come to help them. The money that is coming as common fund money, the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Local Government can actually determine which projects should be used, which projects should use that money for. Whilst they can also decide what to use the other sources of revenue for.
What is your concern? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House is misleading this House. Mr. Speaker, he submits that the President has met all his promises to the nation. It is not true and it is not factual. Mr. Speaker, this government promised the women banking policy. Only 50 million. Only 50 million. Only 50 million. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. 2, they made a huge commitment to agriculture. If you look at the budget, they allocated 1.5 billion cedis. Of the 1.5 billion, 900 million plus goes into compensation. Nothing for agriculture. Mr. Speaker, he pretended he didn't hear me on the 24-hour economy. In his SONA, in the State of the Nation address, the president promised this house that when the finance minister comes, he would introduce the 24-hour economy in the policy. Mr. Speaker, government financial policy outlines its budget for the year. The finance minister didn't say anything. The finance minister ran away from their own flagship initiative. The issue of taxes. You said you were going to take away the taxes at the port. Apart from the e-levy, what have you done? Mr. Speaker, for you to now rise on your feet to mislead Ghanaians that you've met all your promises.
Honorable
Where is the women
Minister, I will
banking?
give you the floor.
Where is the 50 million? You promised when you were swearing in your deputy ministers. You said there will be some deputy ministers coming the following week. That was 3 months ago. Walk the talk. Walk the talk. Walk the talk. What is happening? Where is the 24-hour economy? The youth.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader.
You promised jobs.
Honorable Minority Leader, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding.
Yes.
You promised the Ghanaian youth 1 job, 3 shifts. You promised Ghanaians 1 job, 3 shifts. Today, no job for the youth. You come here. The finance minister, instead of paying contractors who have taken loans, businessmen who have taken loans, the road contractors, you won't pay them. You come here, you say we should commend you. You won't pay contractors. You are waiting to pay them after mid-year, and then you say the dollar, the CD is stable. We are interested in fluidity in the economy. Finance minister, are you paying them? Businesses are not importing. Spare parts are not available because they don't have the means.
Minority Leader, is that your conclusion?
What business? Are you promoting business? You are not promoting
Honorable
business.
Minority
And
Leader.
then you come and tell us that you are
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, arrest my case. Rule him out of order. He's misleading the House. The leader of the House is misleading the House.
Majority Leader, you have the
You
floor.
are misleading the House.
Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader should stop doing what he's doing. Between us, at our level, when you rise up to raise a point of order, let it be a point of order. Let it not be on a frolic of your own, running all over the place. Please, this is not a point of order. At our level, you don't do that. Mr. Speaker, if I may say, he promised this House that he will bring Ken Oforiatta in May. Where is Ken Oforiatta? Where is Ken Oforiatta? Where is Ken? Where is Ken? Where is Ken? You promised us that you will bring Ken to this House. He came to this House and made a promise. You promised this House that you will produce Ken. You will produce Ken Oforiatta in May. We are in June. This is the 10th of June. Why is Ken Oforiatta? Mr. Speaker, he should no longer be heard in this House. Because when he makes promises, he doesn't fulfill them. He comes here and makes promises and never fulfills them. And yet he is questioning other people's promises. When you made a promise, did you fulfill it?
Honourable members, honestly speaking,
Mr. Speaker,
I try as much as possible to accommodate leadership. But it is getting to a point that I am being compelled to rule leadership out of order. So please, let's stick to the rules.
Yes. When we make promises, let's keep them. Mr. Speaker, when he promised to sleep at Yoko, by 10 p.m. he left Yoko. He abandoned.
Another one.
Mr. Speaker, this is the man who is talking about people not fulfilling their promises. You promised to sleep at Yoko, and you left at 10 p.m.
Honourable Majority Leader, please conclude. Honourable Majority Leader, please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, let me wind up. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. What excites me about this statement and the guidelines is the category of items that the President is directing must be prioritized. Mr. Speaker, markets are for our women, our mothers. Health facilities, mostly it is our mothers who send children to health facilities, who are the greatest beneficiaries. Educational facilities, it is our mothers who send our children and the babies to educational facilities. So once again, women, potable water, it is our women and girls who have to travel long distances to fetch water. Sanitation and school furniture. Mr. Speaker, these are items that particularly touch our women. That is why I want to declare that President John Dramani Mahama is a pro-women president. A pro-women president. Because he is prioritizing expenditure in areas that particularly border on the welfare of our mothers, of our women, of the children, and the drudgery, the labor, the suffering of our women will be reduced by the expenditures that the assemblies are going to be making. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about liquidity in the system, liquidity is when the finance minister releases funds. In this statement alone, the finance minister has indicated that he has released funds to the National Health Insurance Authority. He has released funds to the GET Fund. These funds are being injected into the system. So that propaganda that we are not spending is not true. We are spending through the National Health Insurance. We are spending through the Common Fund Administrator. We are spending through the GET Fund. So we are spending. It is not true that we are not speaker. We are clearly spending in the health sector. We are spending in the educational sector. We are spending at the local government levels. And Mr. Speaker, I can testify that we are spending because all of us in this chamber receive our salaries monthly on time, and there has never been a reduction. The same way with the civil servants, with the public servants, I have not received any report by government workers that they haven't been paid. I have not received any report. They are being paid promptly. Mr. Speaker, so the propaganda that we have stabilized the currency because we are not spending is clearly not borne out by the statement. The statement points to the government spending on its statutory obligations. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me commend the minister for such a statement and once again draw the attention of Ghanaians to the fact that they have elected a government that has promised to deliver and is actually delivering, and each moment that we deliver on our promises, we will come to this house and we will account to Ghanaians and we will make sure that we remain very, very accountable. Thank you very much, Minister for Finance. We commend you for your hard work. The cedi is gaining strength. The dollar is reducing in its exchange rate. The pound is reducing in its exchange rate.
All the major currencies are reducing in the exchange rate relation to the cedi, and the cedi is getting stronger. Ghanaians are more confident in their country and their government than they have ever been before. Mr. Speaker, because of the appreciation of the cedi, the salary of the minority leader has appreciated. His salary has appreciated. Mr. Speaker, his purchasing power has appreciated.
Honourable member, please conclude.
He now pays less for fuel because fuel prices have declined. He now pays less for food because food prices have declined. He is living in a better country now. And he looks happy. He is a happier man because of the performance of the Minister for Finance. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable Finance Minister, any concluding remark? Please be very brief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me thank
Please be very brief.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank honourable colleagues for the comments and the contribution to the brief. Mr. Speaker, I've taken note of the concerns from colleagues and would like to assure colleagues that I take their concerns seriously, and then I will ensure that if there is the need for us to input some of the concerns, we will accordingly input them. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on my brief, I wish to state for the record that it is not true that government is not spending. Mr. Speaker, we have ended the era of reckless spending. Mr. Speaker, we are spending wisely. We are spending prudently. Mr. Speaker, the era of recklessness has come to an end, and the NDC will not spend recklessly. We will spend according to what we have. If you do not have it, don't overborrow, because if you overborrow, you will give people haircut, and that is what we have spent. We have stopped. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not overborrow. We will spend within the budget, and we'll do what we have to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, permit me to recognize the presence of our revered students who are here in our midst. First on the list is Obrachere Senior High Technical School. They are led by Jude Latte, Senior House Master. They are from Ewutu Senya. They are 57 in number. The other one is Apam Presby Basic School, led by Richard Abayete Tete, Head Teacher. They are from Ebuakwa South, 59 in number. And last on the list is Otuam International School, led by Edu Issa Philip, teacher. They are from Ekumfi, 60 in number. You are all welcome. May you have a fruitful stay in Parliament. Honourable members, order paper addendum. Presentation of first reading of bill.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rates of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debts, and stabilize power supply.
Honourable Finance Minister, for the record, tell the House how is he under certificate of agency, or how is the bill supposed to be introduced?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debt, and to stabilize power supply. Mr. Speaker, the power sector is the biggest economic and fiscal risk we face presently. It could lead to a major crisis if we fail to confront it head-on. The challenges in the energy sector are quite enormous, emanating from debt, shortfalls, insufficient gas, and inefficiencies. The total energy sector debt as at end March 2025 stands at $3.1 billion. This amount includes amount owed to independent power producers, state-owned enterprises, fuel suppliers, and fuel suppliers. Right Honorable Speaker, as a result of non-payment of bills owed to ENI and Car Power, the World Bank IDA guarantee of $512 million and GMPC guarantee of $120 million were completely drawn down in the year 2024. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government is required to find an additional $632 million to restore these guarantees. Mr. Speaker, a minimum of $3.7 billion is needed to clean up the overall energy sector indebtedness for us to have a clean slate. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's electricity sector has experienced a significant shift over the years, with the country now heavily reliant on thermal power generation to supplement the hydroelectronic sources. The cost of liquid fuel to power the thermal power plant is not included in the current electricity tariff build-up, resulting in a significant revenue shortfall for the procurement of liquid fuels. According to the PURC, an inclusion of the cost of liquid fuel in the price build-up will lead to an increase in electricity tariffs by at least 50%. Government considers that this would have a significant negative impact on firms and households, and so this cannot be an option. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, the government will require an additional $1.2 billion to procure essential fuels for thermal power generations alone. Mr. Speaker, the power sector risks imminent collapse if these unsustainable debts are not resolved, particularly given that the fiscal cannot accommodate the financial needs of the sector. Right Honorable Speaker, to help raise additional revenue to fund the needs in the power sector, government is proposing an increase in pump price of petrol, diesel, and related products. The impact will be absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedis. The Speaker, I repeat, the impact will be absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedis. And this will mean that consumers will not have to pay extra for the price of petrol and diesel beginning today. Right Honorable Speaker, our simulations suggest that there will be no increase in the pump price of petrol and diesel in the next window beginning today if the levy is imposed. This is because of a strong Ghana cedi. Right Honorable Speaker, the levy will serve as a dedicated source of funding to the power sector, and the proceeds will be earmarked for the procurement of essential fuel for power generation. The Speaker, this will ensure that Ghana enjoys stable electricity. Given that the current electricity tariffs paid by consumers does not include the cost of fuel used for the power generation. Mr. Speaker, the decision to impose a levy on petroleum prices is based on the need to find a balance between ensuring stable power supply while promoting the financial sustainability of the sector. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to make a modest increment to the existing levy to augment the energy sector support account and to ensure the availability of fuel to back up power generation. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit that this is urgent, and so there is the need for the committee to take it through the necessary processes. I so submit. Thank you. Under certificate of urgency, I so submit.
Honorable members, I intend to refer the bill. Yes, Minority Leader. This is the presentation of a bill. First reading. This is first reading.
Mr. Speaker, would the majority side, Mr. Speaker, would the majority side extend some courtesy? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr.
With
Speaker,
all due respect.
Mr. Speaker, would the Interior Minister show some courtesy? would the interior minister show some courtesy?
Honorable
With
Minority
respect,
Leader,
would you show
I
some
employ both
courtesy?
of you to resume your seats.
Mr.
I
Speaker,
employ both of you to resume
Mr.
your
Speaker,
seat. Humbly
you called
resume
me.
your seat.
Mr. Speaker, you called me.
Humbly
and I'm on my seat
resume
because
your
you called.
seats. Both of you kindly resume your seat with all apology. With all apology. With all apology to both of you, resume your seat. Honorable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025 has been duly presented and read the first time. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report, including the determination of whether or not the bill is of urgent nature. A report to the House. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the surprises are becoming one too many. Mr. Speaker, how can the finance minister in one breath repeal e-levy and reintroduce e-levy? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we went into conclave. The issues that he just raised as justification for running this bill through a certificate of urgency, it never came up. Mr. Speaker, will the interior minister who was up challenging me ask the finance minister to tell us under what rule he came under? Mr. Speaker, what is the precedent that is being set? Mr. Speaker, Hansa is watching. Hansa is taking note. One day it will come and hound them. If today they think they have no mess, they will bulldoze their way. So be it. Have your pleasure. But bear in mind that someday what you are doing will come and haunt you. Mr. Speaker, with all the justification, what stopped him from engaging this side of the House? This morning, I must be honest that the majority leader whispered to me that something of urgent importance, of urgent value would come. Mr. Speaker, it is only important that we engage and you let us know. You come with your justification. You came here to present your budget. You presented your budget saying you are not going to introduce new taxes, new levies. Then you turn around, you say you are repealing e-levy. You were all over the place. Now you are bringing back e-levy. And then you say that the Ghanaian public will not feel it. Mr. Speaker, you repeal e-levy, reintroduce e-levy. That's what you are doing. What are you? This is the e-levy. You have introduced e-levy. Then you say that you run it through certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
the e-levy being introduced.
Honorable members, this is a House of Record.
What is it?
Honorable members, this is a House of Record. The bill introduced, which I have just referred, is Energy Sector Levies Bill.
E-levy.
So this is not electronic levy.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, allow the minority to have its say. You allowed the minister to speak. What is Energy Sector Levy? Short form e-levy, is it not it? The energy. What is energy? Is it not E? How do you spell energy? Is it not capital E? The short form of the law, the levy, is e-levy. You are reintroducing e-levy. That's what you are doing. Reintroducing e-levy. And you are going to tax Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, and you say under certificate of urgency.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the minority leader should know that as one of the leaders in the House, he must learn to respect the rules of the House. Mr. Speaker, the way the minority leader keeps hijacking the floor, he rises, he doesn't make reference to any rule, he speaks out of rules, he just speaks. It's absolutely wrong, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to refer the House to Order 160, under which this business that I just concluded was done. 160. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, a sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette, where the sponsor of the bill consider the bill to be of urgent nature. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker shall refer a bill to the appropriate committee for determination of the urgency or otherwise of the presentation and the first reading. Mr. Speaker, 3. Where the committee determines that the bill is of an urgent nature, the committee shall inform the House by a report. Where it is determined by the appropriate committee of the House that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provision of Article 106(13) shall apply, and the bill may be taken through all the stages in one day. Mr. Speaker, this is where my worry is. After you have referred this to your committee, reading 160, it does not give any other member any window of opportunity to just get up and speak about what has been referred. You can only wait and go to your committee, make your argument at the committee. When the report comes, that's when you debate it. But Mr. Speaker, the way the minority leader is behaving, what he's simply doing is that he is turning the rules of this House upside down, and he gets up and speaks anytime he wishes. But Mr. Speaker, with the greater respect, we need to bring the minority leader to order for him to understand that no, this House is governed by rules, and he cannot be speaking out of rules and be behaving as if he's a small child who has lost his food and therefore is behaving anyhow. Mr. Speaker, let's get him to act in order because he's completely out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor. Let's listen to the Majority Leader. I am giving the floor to the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable Member, I can send you out of the House. You cannot sit down and be making noise. You are making noise. Yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor.
I think the bill has been referred to the committee. I just think that for the records, what is before us is not the e-levy. What is before us is the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill. And basically, it is saying that Ghanaians should give one Ghana cedi each when they buy a liter of fuel so that we can end doom so. That's all. One cedis. All of us should contribute 1 cedis. Just 1 cedi per, so that we can end doom so. 1 cedi. Each of us, when we buy fuel, 1 liter.
The prices are going down.
1 cedi. And Mr. Speaker, it is not e-levy. It's not e-levy. That is what it is. The matter has been referred to the committee. Let's all hold on. The committee will present a report to us, and when we consider the report, we can debate all these matters. We can debate the agency, we can debate the levy itself. So please, let's hold our fire and then continue with the other businesses while the committee sits. Mr. Speaker, so I plead with you to we'll go back to the questions. Let's go back to the questions. Mr. Speaker, I think the leadership of Energy Committee should join the Finance Committee.
Well, honorable members, with all due respect, we don't debate bills at its introduction. It is at second reading that we debate the principles underpinning the bill. So what are we doing? A bill is just being introduced. And at the point of introduction, we don't debate. You refer the bill to a committee. It is at second reading that we debate. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that each one of us here has a right to express a view. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we can all do to bring peace to this house is when we patiently hear one another. I got up and you recognized me, and it was not for me to say I want to debate it. Mr. Speaker, I expressed a concern. And the concern was because we always meet at conclave. Whatever we do in this house, there's always a pre-sitting discussion. The issue never came up. I only saw an order paper addendum being sprung as a surprise on us. It was a reason why I got up. Mr. Speaker, now, for Honorable Muntaka Mubarak,
Honorable Minority
allow me
Leader,
to finish.
you know, you would have been justified if you said exactly that. But you went further to say
Mr.
they are
Speaker,
introducing e-levy.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish? Mr. Speaker, you heard him in silence. Please hear me too. Mr. Speaker, for the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, who I so much respect, to be on his feet, to use certain words the way he did. Mr. Speaker, I thought that Honorable Mahama Yarega, getting up, would use the opportunity to address it, because, Mr. Speaker, he has been in leadership before. I will not want any of my colleagues here to be disrespectful to you. Never. We're here to debate. All I was saying was that the matter did not come up at pre-sitting. The majority leader whispered to me that the finance minister will bring up something. The energy minister had whispered to me that we would engage. All I was trying to draw the attention of the House to was that we were not pre-informed. For you to get up and to attack my person, that anytime I get up, I don't just get up to speak, I get recognition before. And if you, Muntaka Mubarak, who I so much respect, today you are Interior Minister, you want to hijack the leadership and then attack me? No, please, colleagues, all of you at the back bench, you know, one of the things I don't do is to disrespect you. Please, let's put all things aside, please, with respect. We are colleagues. If I raise the issue and you don't agree, get up and respond. I have been in that black seat before. I don't disrespect colleagues, and I am surprised. Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, those days in the 6th and 7th Parliament, he was always concerned about the way Honorable Chairman Sabonsu. I can refer him to answer how Honorable Chairman Sabonsu use certain words to describe certain matters, and he would always protest. I expect you not to be the one to be attacking me. I expect you not to be the one to be using certain words, and then when you get up, you say you will withdraw. If you decide not to withdraw, I can force you. And I will plead with Speaker to get you to withdraw. Let
Honorable member
have the record of what you have just done. And Honorable Ayerega, we have just started. It's my job to also protect you from this side. If today a colleague of yours sees an opportunity to attack me merely because I'm raising a genuine concern, when the matter did not come up at leadership discussion, and Speaker allowed him to speak all out, and you think that it is not proper for him to do the needful, I'm not worried. As a minority leader, I expect more of such attacks, and more will come. It is a price I will pay for being a minority leader. if the intolerance level has said that, I will be attacked by no less a person than the Interior Minister, who I so much respect. Mr. Speaker, I leave him and all his words to posterity.
Honourable members, we will make progress. The statement that behaving like a spoiled child is ordered to be expunged from the record. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we will go back to the questions. The ministers have been sitting here since morning, so let's take the questions. Let's take the questions, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Let's take the questions.
So the initial application was to take question number D, standing in the name of Mr. Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu, Honourable Member for Madina.
We'll do statements. We'll do statements. We will do statements. We will do statements. We will do statements.
We will come back to statement. I have various statements. We will come back to statement.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader made an application. Majority leader, I'm on my feet. Majority leader made an application that you should add the leadership of the Energy Committee to the Finance Committee to look at the. So, yes.
Honourable members, is that the sense of the House that the leadership of the Energy Committee should join the Finance Committee? Yes, Majority Leader. Is that the sense of the House?
Yes, we ask the leadership of Energy Committee to join Finance.
The leadership of the Energy Committee is hereby requested to join the Finance Committee for the consideration of the bill just introduced and report. Yes, the initial application was to take the question number D in the name of Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu. The Interior Minister is in the House to respond to the question. C. Very well. Very well. We have to take question number C, standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Makin, Member of Parliament for Efutu and the Minority Leader. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the practice of the House has always been for every member to rise in his place and ask questions. That is the practice of this House. There's no rule that says that a leader should walk to the dispatch box to ask questions. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be accepted. That cannot be accepted. If we have to make special statements, you can grant us the leave.
Honourable Member, you may ask the question standing from your place.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to respond to this. If you will not grant it, so be it. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I will not allow certain precedent to be set. What is the purpose of this dispatch box? Clerk took the House. Advice, Speaker, this dispatch box is for us. It's for us. This side is for us. We can choose to let any member use our dispatch box. What is happening here? Is it for the majority to determine, Mr. Speaker? No way. If they don't want to answer the question, so be it.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, the rule is very clear that a member rise in his place to speak. The dispatch box is really for the ministers. But when leaders are going to make special statements, then they can make the statement using the dispatch box. Not when they are to ask questions. Our members, the rule is very clear. So let's follow the rules and operate within the ambit of the rules. Unless I am shown the order under which a leader is supposed to ask questions from the dispatch box. Unless you point at the order for me.
Mr. Speaker, is there any provision, is there any order that says that the minority leader must come into the dispatch box for a special statement? Which order says so? Which order says so? Tell us which order. Mr. Speaker, let us stop what we are doing. Let us stop what you are doing. One day, it will come and hand somebody. This dispatch box is for the minority. They have theirs.
Honorable Minority Leader, if you won't take your chance to ask the question, may I move to another question?
Mr. Speaker, if it is your pleasure
Minister
to allow him to do so big
Interior,
and
you may now
protest
take a question from Honorable Xavier Kojo Sosu. Honorable Xavier, you have the floor. Please go to your place and ask the question. Speak from your place.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the measures being taken to ensure comprehensive prison reforms to guarantee rights of prisoners.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Prison Service, besides securing prisoners in custody in terms of safety and security, also provide a conducive opportunity for their reformation and rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, the service is executing this mandate. In executing this mandate, Mr. Speaker, is guided by the vision of building a world-class service to attain sustainable public safety through excellence in corrections management. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the service has achieved many milestones, including improved human resource base, enhanced collaboration with stakeholders, improved health care for officers and inmates, as well as improved rehabilitation and reformation programs for inmates. Whilst these achievements are remarkable and worth celebrating, there is still more to be done to bring the service at par with international best practices, to ensure that the socio-economic rights of the population, especially the less privileged, including the incarcerated, are met, and to further consolidate and sustain the gains Ghana has made regarding international human rights promotion agenda. Equal and adequate attention is being given to prison inmates across the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, to enhance the safety and security of the prisons, many measures have been taken by the Ghana Prisons Administration. These include: 1. Enhanced classification of prisoners. Prisoners upon admission are classified based on their criminal history to avoid contamination of other inmates who have low criminological tendencies, and for purposes of effective rehabilitation and placement to address their needs, capacity and disposition. The service, Mr. Speaker, with support from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, has developed a customized classification tool in line with the UN standard minimum rules for treatment of prisoners. 2, Mr. Speaker, enhanced guidance, counseling and moral education, where the chaplaincy and counseling units have been revamped in all prisons to assist inmates to overcome their social and psychological challenges. More professionals such as psychologists, chaplains, imams, and counselors have been employed to offer moral guidance to inmates and to reshape their conscience towards change in behavior and reintegration. 3, Mr. Speaker, delivery of health care to inmates and the entire prison community, which is done by collaboration with faith-based organizations, NGOs and CSOs, international development partners, and private sector. This has led to increased enrollment of inmates on the National Health Insurance Scheme, resulting in improved access to the health care by inmates, reduced cost of treatment and management of inmates with chronic diseases, and reduced mortalities among inmates. Mr. Speaker, in addition to improved health care to the inmates, the prison's administration is upgrading some infirmaries to various levels of healthcare facilities, including 1 hospital, 1 clinic, and 6 health centers in prisons such as in Sawam, Ankafo, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Koforidua. Mr. Speaker, food is a key determinant of prison security. Research has shown that hungry inmates are more likely to cause riot, break jail, and find it difficult to participate in reformation and rehabilitation programs. The prison service intends to embark on agricultural activities to provide food to inmates in very difficult times when food contractors withdraw supply due to delayed payment of food bills. Currently, Mr. Speaker, about 40% of prison ration is obtained through prison agriculture. In addition to pipe-borne water in the prison, the service has taken steps to enhance access to potable water and sanitation, including the drilling of mechanized boreholes, installation of polytanks and water reservoirs, improved sanitary conditions through effective management of solid and liquid waste to prevent outbreaks of diseases, and regular fumigation of the prison facilities. Mr. Speaker, the prison administration, being mindful of the importance of education of prison inmates towards achieving the objective of reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration, goes all out to ensure that inmates have access to education in all forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Member for Madina, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question relates to our recent visit to the prison where we had inmates who had just completed school and some even graduated with first class, showing the rehabilitation.
Please ask supplementary question. If you don't have any supplementary question, kindly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the information provided by the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I think we have no further supplementary question for the Minister. And Honourable Minister, yes, Honourable Minority Leader, will you ask your urgent question? No, you rise at your place to ask the urgent question.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to debate you. I am opposed to the application from my colleagues for a simple reason that we have 2 dispatch boxes. One for the majority, one for the minority. In leadership, Mr. Speaker, I will not encourage a president that one day will come and haunt us. We, the 5 of us, at any point, if we want to use, or any of our members with the leave of leadership and with the indulgence of Speaker want to use the dispatch box, This side is for us. Now, for a member to say that there is an express provision in the standing orders, so a leader, if he chooses to be in the dispatch box to ask his question, he cannot, and he's being stopped. Mr. Speaker, I will not challenge you. I want everything to be for the record. I won't challenge you. I would protest and sit down. I won't challenge you because this is strange. This is our dispatch box. This is ours. What are we doing to our democracy because somebody has overwhelming numbers? No problem, Mr. Speaker. If you accede to them, I will sit down. No problem. But it is sad. Let's be careful what we are doing to ourselves. This is our dispatch box.
You are to rise and ask your question. Would you ask the question?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise to ask the Minister of Interior the circumstances surrounding the raid on the residence of the former governor of Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, by 20 heavily armed operatives led by Richard Jakpa, Director of Special Operations at the National Security Secretariat, on the morning of Wednesday, 19th March 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Your response to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of March 2025, a joint operational team comprising personnel from the National Security Secretariat and law enforcement agencies conducted an intelligence-driven search operations at the residence of the former governor of Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. Mr. Speaker, prior to the execution of the aforementioned operation, an ex-parte application for a search and arrest warrant was duly filed before the High Court of Justice, Accra, on 12th of March 2025, which was subsequently in accordance with established legal procedure. The search operation was in no doubt conducted with strict adherence to due process and in full compliance with the applicable laws of the state, and was meticulously done in the presence of the former government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I choose where I would want to be. These are ours. Mr. Speaker, these are our bona fides. You can't interfere with it. Any member can come here. It is ours. Yours is there. Yes, that is yours. This is ours.
You see, Honourable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
with all due respect, if your members get up to come to the dispatch box and speak, and you are saying that this is for you, so every member can come here and speak, is that the practice? Is that the rule? So what difference does it make if you ask your question from the dispatch box and you rise to ask a supplementary question from your place? Our members.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Interior Minister tells us in his answer that the warrant allowing them to search was properly procured. Would he be kind enough to tell this House the purpose for which the search was conducted?
The purpose for which the search was conducted?
Mr. Speaker, it was to aid an existing investigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minister can choose to be evasive. That is his own matter. How can you be general?
Honourable Minority Leader, you don't dictate the answer that the minister is supposed to give to your question. So why lies the case that the minister can choose to be evasive?
Mr. Speaker, he's my former friend, and he knows. He's a former friend. Mr. Speaker, if he says that there was an application to the court, what it presupposes is that there was an affidavit accompanying. Mr. Speaker, you see the Attorney General.
Honorable member, he has provided the answer. Do you have any further supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, what he is saying is that there was an investigation and they deposed to an affidavit. An investigation is not at large. There must be a reason, a particular reason for which you go to a man's house to search. Are you aware? Are you aware that when the officers got to Dr. Addison's house, they said they were looking for cash? Are you aware?
Honorable member, that cannot be a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, is the minister aware that upon entering the premises of Dr. Addison, the officers did not comply with the terms of the search warrant? And if he's unaware, would he be surprised?
Honorable member, the officer has never said anything about complying with the warrant terms or not. Supplementary questions must flow from the answer given by the minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said, the officers who executed the search warrant complied. These were his words. He said they complied. Mr. Speaker, he said they complied. They did so in accordance with law.
I have heard they went with a warrant.
Mr. Speaker, he has his answer. Can he share it with you? Because he said they complied. And I'm saying, would he be surprised to hear that they did not indeed comply with the terms of the order as he's telling this house?
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders are very clear on questions that can be admitted, and that includes supplementary questions. A question shall not, Order 86, a question shall not, F, solicit the expression of an opinion or the solution of an abstract legal case or a hypothetical proposition. Hypothetical proposition. Soliciting opinions. All the questions that he's been asking are soliciting opinions, raising hypothetical questions, making charges that he cannot substantiate. Mr. Speaker, before you ask questions, make sure your facts are well known to you and that you can substantiate the facts. If we ask you to substantiate any charge that the officers went beyond the terms of their warrant, will you be able to substantiate it here? Please, let's follow the rules when we are asking questions. They are very clear. They are very, very clear. Let's read the rules and let's act according to the rules. It will make life easy.
Honorable member, I just want to
go
add
outside the rules and we try to stop you, then you start complaining that you are being gagged as a minority.
I just want to add Order 89.
89? Yes.
89 said, as soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asks the question, may without notice ask supplementary question for further clarification of any matter or fact on the answer. Yes. But the supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. So let's operate within the rules.
Mr. Speaker, the minister tells us in his answer that these 20 heavily armed operatives, led by Mr. Richard Jakpa, Director of Special Operations at the National Security Secretariat, who on the morning of Wednesday, 19th of March 2025, searched the premises of Dr. Addison, the former governor, did so within the law. Mr. Speaker, in view of the public complaint, the complaint that came out of Dr. Addison regarding the mode of the search, would the minister take steps to address these? Mr. Speaker, will the other colleagues allow the minister to pay attention to the question? Instead of becoming coaches, they say they don't want hypothetical questions. This is not hypothetical. Would the minister focus? Would the minister focus? Now, Afenyo Maki asked one question, many coaches. Let me deal with the minister, he's capable. Mr. Speaker, doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, in view of the complaint from Dr. Addison regarding the manner of the search, the public outcry as a result of the entering of his premises at dawn, banging of doors, forcefully opening his door. Mr. Speaker, would the minister take these public concerns on board in future operations? Would he take it on board in future operations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so far as I'm concerned, I have neither received a complaint from Dr. Addison or any member of the public about the operation that was carried on the said day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is very rich. It is very rich.
Honorable Leader, be reminded of Order 89 too.
Very well, sure. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluded. I don't have anything more apart from the last thing that I'm going to do. Mr. Speaker, it is very rich that the minister is telling this House that he is not heard of any public outcry regarding this action by the national security operatives. Be that the case, would he want to reach out to Dr. Addison to follow up on the excesses of the action of the national security operatives? Would he follow up?
Honorable members, question overruled. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would want to confirm from you, and maybe for purposes of education, you indicated to us that the national security secured a search warrant. May you educate me the scope of the search warrant, if it is inclusive of searching phrases of persons, if it is inclusive of searching phrases of persons. I want to understand the scope of such a search. Thank you.
Your question is whether or not the search warrant includes searching what? But if you are a lawyer, you've seen a search warrant before. Does the search warrant specify that you search the pocket or what?
Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, I think this is unfair. Mr. Speaker, it's a direct question that is addressed to the minister. I want to understand the scope, the particular search warrant that he got. Is it inclusive of the searching phrases of persons? That is the question I'm asking. So you should just let me know that
maybe refrigeration.
That is why, you see, Honorable Asafwa, if this question were to be coming from a non-lawyer, but you have seen a copy of a search warrant before. If a warrant is issued to search your house, the warrant will not specify whether they should search pocket of all your searches, your pocket, your fridge, your kitchen, or that the content of the warrant. Please, if you have another question, ask. Honourable members, I think that we have ended the urgent question for the Minister for Interior. However, once the Minister for Interior is here, we have other 3 questions. Should we exhaust the Minister for Interior to go, or we have to exhaust the urgent questions before we again bring the Minister responsible for Interior? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, both urgent questions and questions scheduled for today are the same. They are all meant for being asked today and answered today. So since he's already sitting there, I think that he can just answer the rest of the questions.
Very well, then we then move to question number 87, standing in the name of Honorable Frank Anodompre, Member of Parliament for Nsaum Adwajiri. Please, you have the floor.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what plans the ministry has to decongest prisons in the country, particularly the Nsaum medium security prison, which is posing health and safety threats to prisoners and officers of the prison service. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of measures being taken to decongest the various prisons throughout the country and the Nsaum medium prison facility in particular, the Ghana Prison Administration has adopted initiatives such as 1. Routine transfer of prisoners to camp prisons, which allows the prisons service as part of its security measures to routinely transfer low-risk prisoners from walled prisons to open camp prison for purposes of decongestion. 2. Mr. Speaker, the Justice for All program, which is another intervention to decongest the prison by allowing the court to sit in the prison to try inmates who have been on pre-trial detention for a long period. Some inmates have been able to regain their freedom through this program, and others convicted. Unfortunately, the program comes with its own sustainability challenges, usually budgetary, making it difficult to be executed at scheduled periods across the country to ease the congestion. I have written to the Acting Chief Justice to consider the vacation period as a planned period annually for consideration of the Justice for All program. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the parole regulation in accordance with Article 2088 and 3 of the 1992 Constitution, the Prison Service Parole Regulations 2024 was formally laid in Parliament on the 15th of October 2024, but failed to meet the 21 statutory sitting days. Mr. Speaker, the draft regulation, upon review by the Ministry, will be relayed in Parliament. The introduction of the parole system is expected to improve the overcrowding situation and related challenges. It is projected that about 4,000 inmates may be released on parole annually when considered by this August House. Mr. Speaker, the completion of an 800 capacity remand prison at Nsaum which commenced in 2016, is currently 60% completed. Upon completion, all remand prisoners at Nsawam Medium Security Prison will be transferred there to free up space. Mr. Speaker, the Church of Pentecost is currently constructing 2 camp prisons at their own expense for the prison service at the Damango and Obuasi. Both prisons will have the capacity of about 360. The Damango camp prison is almost completed with final works currently ongoing and is expected to be completed before the end of the year, while the Obuasi camp prison is about 60% complete. Mr. Speaker, the completion of these camp prisons will allow for the transfer of low-risk prisoners from the medium and central and other world local prisons. Mr. Speaker, permit me, even though this is not in the hands, to mention that I want to take this opportunity to thank the Pentecost Church for building 5 prisons. These 2 that I've mentioned inclusive, they have built 5 prison camps to support the prison services. Community Sentencing Bill. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the Community Sentencing Bill, facilitated by the Ministry of the Interior and the Ghana Prison Service, which aims at introducing an alternative to traditional custodian sentencing and allow court to impose sentences that involve community service or other non-incarceration measures for minor offences, unfortunately could not be passed by the 8th Parliament. Its passage will accelerate the drive to decongest the targeted prisons. Mr. Speaker, as the service continues to grapple with the threat of health of officers and inmates, the Ministry of the Interior in the long term is considering the establishment of the purpose-built hospital for the prisons community at Nsawam and conversion of all infirmaries in the prisons to clinics and polyclinics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any follow-up?
Yes, indeed, Speaker. Honorable Minister, as part of your answers, you had observed that the Justice for All program is one of the outlets you intend to use in decongesting our prisons. I know that the POS Foundation, an NGO that was providing the liquidity for the Justice for All program. However, the program has stalled because of funding. Government played a role in providing the framework, which largely was helping in dealing with cases involving the inmate. Now, as a Minister for Interior, do you have any, or has government got any plans to provide some counterpart funding? Because in the first place, it's supposed to be a core responsibility of government, and an NGO is coming in to help. Now, the program is stalling because of funding. I want to know if it's a matter you intend to pick up to ensure that we can raise some revenue to help the continuation of this Justice for All program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because of the importance of this, and let me take this opportunity to thank all the NGOs in the past that have supported this Justice for All program. When I was writing to the Acting Chief Justice, I requested that we are giving the budget or the funding that is required. So that, Mr. Speaker, we intend to solicit support from other non-governmental organizations and our development partners. But most importantly, my intention is to make sure that it's part of our annual budget, so that we budget for it and make sure that we fund it, even if not fully. We provide a counterpart funding so that we make sure that this is sustainable and not just abrupt the way it's currently happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Speaker.
You have the floor.
Speaker, if I may refer to the Minister's answers, the last paragraph. It says, the Speaker, As the service continues to grapple with the threat of health of officers and inmates, the Ministry of the Interior, in the long term, emphasis mine, long term, is considering the establishment of a purpose-built hospital for the prisons community at Nsawam and conversion of infirmaries in the prisons to clinics and polyclinics. My question, the Honorable Minister, is the conversion to clinics and polyclinics is in the long term. My investigation tells me there is lack of adequate medication at all the infirmaries. So I conceive as a good plan the conversion of the infirmaries to clinics and polyclinics. But in the meantime, what is the consideration to get these infirmaries equipped with up-to-date drugs to deliver on the health needs of the inmates, of my inmates at the Nsawam medium prisons? Minister, I'm not sure. We get a question.
Is it not the case that your question is on the measures to decongest the prisons?
Speaker, my question.
Why are you questioning on medication?
I have not departed. The follow-up is right, and I'm referencing his own answers. Speaker, I have not departed from the rules.
From which paragraph?
I quoted the last paragraph. That's on page 14 of the order paper, the last paragraph. And it referenced the conversion of the infirmaries to clinics and polyclinics. And preceding that sentence is the fact that that is ascribed as a long-term measure. And I'm saying that investigation reveals that the infirmaries don't have enough medication. So as a temporary measure, what will the minister do to stock the infirmaries while we wait for the conversion? Because that's a valid question.
Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the long term is in reference to the hospital, the building of the purposeful hospital. But other infirmaries, we've already converted many already, in Nsawam, in Kumasi, and many others. And like I answered the earlier question, which is different from yours, was to accredit them with the National Health Insurance Scheme, so that when they visit those clinics and polyclinics within the facility, we are reimbursed by the Health Insurance Scheme to enable us continue making sure that we stack our medication. So that's currently what we are doing. But the long term is in reference to the hospital, to build a purposeful hospital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, last supplementary question.
Speaker, the minister has also observed that there's, as part of measures to decongest the prison, there is a need for a completion of the 800 capacity remand prison at Nsawam. Yes, I have been to the site, see the construction ongoing. Can the minister apprise the House the source of funding for this project, and also if it is the case that it has been budgeted for and it will see the light of day where it will be completed duly?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was being funded under GOG, by information. And Mr. Speaker, this was started earlier than 2016, and unfortunately it has stalled since 2017. And for almost 8 years, it's been left just as it was. We left it in January 2017. But I can assure my colleague that it is something that we are prioritizing. And already we've visited the place, we've tried to take the new the new quantities and what it will take to get it completed. We are hopeful that in the 2026 budget, we'll make provision for it and ensure that we get it completed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister with regards to his response in paragraph 5 on the completion of the two camp prisons at Damangu and Obuase. Though this construction is being done by the Pentecost Church, there is also a contributory responsibility of government to provide accommodation for prison officers in and around those camps. Else, it will be difficult for the prisoners to be checked whilst in occupation. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister what steps government have taken in connection with this to ensure that construction for those accommodations are done so that we can also send the prisoners there to ease the decongestion. Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, it's rightly correct that the prison camps alone will not be sufficient to be able to put inmates there because you need the prison officers to also be around. But usually what's currently close to communities. So the officers are able to rent not far away from the prisons. And as you may know, that in the prison service, you always have officers 24/7. That run in shift. So the only concern is that they shouldn't be too far away from the camp so that when it is time for changeover,
First, we'll then move to question number 88, standing in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajimai. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Interior, once the ministry has the completion of the National Fire Service College at Chebia Kwegum in the Bwakwa South.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Ghana National Fire Service College at the Chebi Aquidum in the Ebuakwa South constituency was located in two phases. Phase 1 of the project, which consists of the following facilities, is 95% completed. That is administration block, classroom block, male hostel, female hostel, kitchen hall, parade grounds. The phase 2 consists of the following facilities, which the ministry plans to include in the 2026 budget for construction to commence. A, senior and junior staff accommodation, commercial center, swimming pool, football field, senior, junior staff mess, external works, church and assembly hall, mosques, smoke chambers, and post tower. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that this project will be completed on time to enable the Ghana National Fire Service enhance capacity of its officers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. As the project was phased, will commissioning also be in phases?
No, I don't understand the question.
The project was in two phases. Phase 1 is 95% completed. I'm asking, after completion, will phase 1 be commissioned before moving to phase 2?
Well, would the phase completed be commissioned before you go to phase 2, leading to the completion of the entire project?
Right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague will notice that even at 95%, we are already using the facility because of the dire need for it. So he can be rest assured that once we complete the phase 1, we'll commission it and then we'll continue with the phase 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Thank you very much. That will be all.
Very well. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of questions slated for today for the minister responsible for Interior. left with one question. I think question number 124. Standing in the name of Nana Apau Kwame Adofrimpong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the steps his ministry is taking to avoid imminent clashes between farmers and migrant herdsmen in the Buapa North municipality.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the 2025, farmers, mostly from Kukuruntumi, reported to the New Tafo police that the migrant herdsmen were destroying their farm. A meeting was subsequently organized by the Municipal Security Council, MUSEC, with executives of both parties to find a way to avoid clashes between them. The meeting agreed that the migrant herdsmen should leave Ebuakwa North jurisdiction within a week, which the herdsmen did not comply with. On 25th of January 2025, the MUSEC, in collaboration with the Ghana police, undertook an operation to drive away the herdsmen. After the operation, some of the herdsmen were still found to be in the jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, on 30th January 2025, the MUSEC again met with the farmers and the remaining migrant herdsmen where it was agreed that the herdsmen leave or face arrest and prosecution. There have since not been any complaint from the farmers. Mr. Speaker, it must, however, be stated that there are indigenous cattle farmers within the Ebuakwa North who control the grazing of their cattle, which do not cause destruction to farms of the local farmers as compared to the migrant herdsmen. The police intelligence is, however, monitoring the situation to avoid potential tension between the migrants, herdsmen, and the farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, as we speak, the herdsmen are still there. So can you give us timelines as to when we can move all of them out of the municipality? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I indicated that the migrant herdsmen were all flushed out. But you have people like you and I who have our own cattle, and we regulate the way they graze, and they graze within a limited area. For those ones, they are running their business and they are Ghanaians like you and I, and we ensure that they do not normally cause harm to other farmers because they coexist peacefully. Where the challenge is with the migrant herdsmen, and so far as the information to me indicates that all those who were there were made to leave. Unless if my colleague have any contrary view, he can let me know and I'll follow it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, it's not a view, it's a fact that as I speak to you now, they are still there in huge numbers. I mean the migrant herdsmen. So we will plead with you to engage MUSEC to have a second look at the matter and make sure they clear them from the ministry.
Honourable Member, the Minister indicated that since then he has not received any complaint. So if there is any issue like that, then you need to complain to the Minister. If the issue is still persisting, then you complain to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is for that reason that I asked this very question. The issue is still there.
Mr. Speaker, I can give my colleague the assurance that I'll follow up, and if there's anything that we can do together, why not? We can team up and ensure that we get the migrant herdsmen out of the place so that they do not destroy innocent people's farm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the opportunity.
Honourable Members, that brings us to the end of questions for the Minister responsible for Interior. Honourable Minister, on behalf of the House, we thank you very much for attending upon the House and providing answers to the questions. You are discharged. Yes, Majority Leader. We have other questions standing in the name of Minister responsible for Education and
Yes,
Gender.
so let's take education questions.
Very well. Honourable members, let's start with the urgent question for Minister responsible for education. He's standing in the name of Mr. Alfred Oko van der Poy, Member of Parliament for Ablekuma South. Honourable
exactly
member, you have the floor.
PM. Good evening and welcome to the evening
Mr.
news
Speaker.
broadcast. Live
Mr.
from
Speaker,
Ghana
I
Talks
have
Radio
permission
coming
from
up.
Honourable
Ghana
Alfred
Immigration Service
Okwe
warns
van der
public
Poel.
Well, if you
against
don't have his
fake
authority, it is
recruitment
permission, then you are not allowed to ask the
States
question.
submit witness statement.
Mr. Speaker,
and
I have his
49
authority
million
to
fraud
ask this
case
question.
Very well.
On his behalf.
Police
Very well.
intensify patrols
Mr.
on
Speaker, I
Kasarani
rise
by
to ask the
highway
Minister of
following robbery
Education.
incident. Office of the
When
Special
the Get
Prosecutor
Fund
is a waste
project,
of public funds.
2-story,
Cabinet
12 classroom
Japan
block
handling of
at the
Oforiatta.
Manprobi
These and
Sempe
many more coming up
compound
shortly.
started in
In business, sports,
2015
and showbiz.
will be
My name is
completed.
Deborah
Thank you,
Adams.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to the question by the Honourable Alfred Oko van der Poy
to the public about
on the state of the 2-story 12 classroom block at the Manprobi Sempe compound. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Education Trust Fund was established in the year 2000 by the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 581. The fund existed to provide funding to supplement government efforts in providing educational infrastructure and facilities in Ghana from pre-tertiary to tertiary level. Mr. Speaker, there are several uncompleted GET Fund projects across the country. A regrettable development which does not sit with Article 35(7) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that as much as practicable, succeeding government will continue projects and programs initiated by the previous government. That was not the case, Mr. Speaker, in 2017. And additionally, when GET Fund was further capped by the previous administration, resulted in a number of these projects being abandoned. Mr. Speaker, the President is rolling out the Big Push initiative for infrastructure. The Ministry of Education is making a strong case for some additional resources to support the completion of some of these projects. The GET Fund is currently undertaking an audit of the project. But Mr. Speaker, I must state, and I believe the member will appreciate it, for many of these projects, the contractors have no appetite or motivation to continue. At the time that the contract was awarded in 2015, the cost and value of cement, sand, or other building materials is not as it is today. It is both in the interest of government and the contractor that we evaluate and do an assessment of cost variation in order to support the contractor to continue to be at site. The Manprobi Sempe 1 and 2 schools are located in the Ablekuma South Municipality of the Greater Accra region. Sempe, it has a student population of 269, while Sempe has a student population of 90, making a total of 359 people. The construction of the 2-story unit classroom block at Manprobi Sempe compound was awarded to Measures Summer Plumbing and Construction Limited at a contract sum of 3.3 million in 2012. The Speaker, certainly 3.3 million today cannot complete that project. The project is being supervised by Measures Amalgamated Design. Works on the project stands at 70% complete, with a contractor currently on site working to complete the project. We will monitor the progress of work and ensure the project is completed. And Mr. Speaker, we have taken a decision to complete a number of GET Fund projects this year. The rest will be budgeted for in the 2026 formula of the GET Fund. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, any follow-up?
Sign a contract with Israeli firm.
Thank you very much.
Limited on
then we then proceed to question number
the supply
80.
of a cyber defense system valued
Standing in the name of
7 million, equivalent to 49.1 million
Mr. N.S.
at
Yao
the time.
Enim.
The amount was
Kumeu.
drawn from a government account.
Thank you, Mr.
At
Speaker.
Fidelity Bank
I rise
and
to ask the
via
Minister for
3 checks,
Education
labels BNC
when work on the
operations
stalled
into account
terrestrial
at
STEM
UNB
school
Bank.
and Kumau Anglican Model School
that
projects
account
will
named
resume.
BNC Communications Bureau
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the
was
floor.
allegedly controlled by A1 and A2.
Mr. Speaker, the Petros
However,
STEM
only
School and
9.5
St. Peter's
million of the
Anglican Model
funds
School are
was
located
actually
in
transferred
the
to
Setri
holders,
Kumau district of
Cornwall
the
said.
Ashanti
The
region.
federal revealed
In
that
line with the
on March
mandate of the
2nd,
Ghana Education
2023,
Trust Fund, the fund is
Aduboahin and
supporting
his wife
the implementation of the
co-signed a
STEM
letter
school and other
instructing
projects in the
UNB
district.
Bank to
These
close
projects
all
are at various
accounts
stages
held
of completion,
in the
and the
name of
ministry is
BNC
working with GET
Communication
Fund
Bureau
to ensure
Limited
their
and to
completion
transfer
and
the remaining
successful
funds to another
operation
account
and functioning.
owned by
There are two
A4.
projects currently
In a
ongoing at
statement,
Bestros STEM
Edith
School.
Ruby,
They are the
Director of
construction of the
Finance at the
12-unit
NSB,
classroom block and
corroborated
6-seater
several
toilet
aspects of the
facility. The
financial
project was awarded to
transactions.
Messrs.
She
Paul
explained
Amentin
that the
Limited
Bureau
at a
operated
contract
three
of
main banks.
3.2
Two
million
are the
in
Bank
December
of Ghana,
2023
Bureau of
and are being
National
supervised by
Communications,
Compro Limited.
and
The classroom block
BNC2,
is at the first
and
floor,
one at
slab
Fidelity
cast stage,
Bank
and the
titled
toilet facility is at the
Director
lintel level.
BNC.
Payment made to
These
GET
accounts
Fund
were
so far
signed by the
stands at
National Security Coordinator,
645,000,
the
Mr.
late
Speaker.
Joshua
So we
Chiremwe.
support
A1
their
and the Director
contractor
of
to
Finance
complete it.
at
But
the
as I
Ministry
said,
of
the
National
cost
Security.
variation doesn't provide
Mr. Seth
motivation
Kojo
for
Danso,
many of the
whilst the
contractors
main
as they
account
fear
followed a
working
rigorous
at a loss.
approval
Thank you.
involving documentation and audit
Yes, Honourable Member, any
verification,
supplementary
the
question?
operational accounts were under direct
Thank you, Mr.
control of
Speaker.
A1 and
In
oversight
the
of the
minister's
National
response,
Security
I think
Coordinator.
he touched
Ms.
more
Adumwa
on the
recounted
Bistro
how
project,
A1 would
but then
verbally
I did not
instruct
hear
her to prepare checks,
more on
which he
the
and the
Kumau
late
Anglican.
chairman would
But
then
then,
sign.
what I
She
want to find out from the
specifically
minister
cited
is
an
that these
incident
two
on
contractors have
February
left
6,
site
2020,
for almost
when
5
she was
months now,
instructed to
and I
issue
would want some assurance from
27.1
minister
million check
as to what
payable
timeline
to
we should
BNC
expect
operations,
these two contractors
leaving
back on
it to
site.
be an
Honourable
official
Minister, any
bureau
timeline?
transaction. She later discovered the money was deposited
Mr. Speaker, I've
into a
invited the
UNB
administrator
bank
of the GET
account
Fund
belonging to a
to
private
come
company,
and will do an
allegedly
assessment
owned
and
by
see
Aduboahin
what
and
funds
his
is
wife.
available in his
Additional
coffers.
checks
In fact,
totaling
this
22
morning I had to
were
ask
also
him to
issued
direct
under
funds
similar
which was
instructions
available to
and
pay for
deposited into the
WASI,
same
the
private
West African
account.
Certificate
She noted that
examination,
while she
which
had
is of
concerns over
urgent
these
consideration
irregular
in order that
transactions,
they are preparing
she
for
felt
exams.
restricted
And then to
by
assure
the
my
NSB's
colleague
rigid
that
need to
we will
know
do
protocols.
everything possible
She added,
per
however,
budget.
that she
With
had
St. Peter's
been
Anglican Model
seen-
School, the
she had
construction of the
seen
number
a
2 12-unit
US
classroom
7
block
million
and 6-seater
invoice
toilet
from
facility,
ISC
the projects were
Holdings
awarded
and
to
confirmed
Messrs.
that
Intermove
3.11
Company
million
Limited
was
in
paid
August
from the Fidelity
2024
Bank
at a
account
contract
to the
sum of
company, although she emphasized
4.1
that
million
this
Ghana cedis
transaction
and is
was
being supervised
unrelated
by
to the
Compro
charges
Limited.
currently
The
before
classroom
the
block
court.
is at
The third
oversized
witness,
concrete cast
Frank
level
Anane,
and
a
payment
church
made by
member
so
of
far by GET
Aduboahin
Fund
and
is at
self-described errand
845,000.
assistant,
The honourable member
provided
for
further
Kumau be
insights
assured
into the
that we'll
alleged
do everything
financial
possible to
scheme.
get it
He
completed.
testified
Thank you.
that he frequently carried out cash withdrawals and deposits
Honourable
at
Jerry
UNB
Ahmed,
Bank
this
and
is a
Stanbic Bank
constituency-specific
on the
question.
instructions of A3.
The member is
He
asking
said
a
he
supplementary
typically
question
delivered
and
the
has not
funds
exhausted
to
his 3
Aduboahin's
supplementary
office in
questions.
Aboni, near Metro TV.
Yes,
He added
you
that
have
he
the
was
floor.
rarely
Thank you, Mr.
informed of
Speaker.
the amount
I would
involved,
like to thank
as
the
the checks
minister
were sold
for
in
his
envelopes
assurance
and
that
bank staffs were
he would work to
pre-informed
ensure
of
that
his
these two
arrival.
projects are
He
completed.
revealed that
This
he often
project is
used
very dear
large
to the hearts
Ghana
of the
must
people
go
of
bags
Peru,
to
and I'm
transport the
confident
cash
in the
and was required
venerable
to sign
minister,
and provide
I'm
his
sure
contact
we'll be able to
details
work together
at
to
the
ensure
bank.
these projects are completed.
However, he
Thank
claimed
you.
he never knew
Thank you very
the
much.
exact
This being a
sums of
constituency-specific
money he
question, I
handled.
proceed to take question number 81.
Now, the Central East Regional Police Command
Standing
has
in the name
announced
of
new
Mr.
security
Alassane
measures to
Sulemana,
curb rising
Honorable
incidents
member
of
for
highway
Yo-Yo.
robbery along the Kaswa-Winneba Highway. This comes in the wake of a robbery on the Gomua stretch on Sunday night, June 1st, which led to the arrest of 4 suspects. Additional suspects have since been apprehended and weapons were retrieved during the operation. Narrating the incident, sources at the regional command indicated that the police are intensifying efforts to boost security visibility in the area. Key among the measures are increased bike patrols and the mounting of multiple checkpoints along highway beginning Tuesday. In addition, police assured of their commitment to engage the tractor working on the road to improve the surface and remove certain speed ramps.
Thank you
According
very
to authorities,
much.
these ramps
The
slow down
honourable
vehicles
member
and create
for Yo-Yo.
vulnerabilities. that Roberts
one of
explored,
the deprived communities in the Northeast region certainly deserve more education infrastructure, including senior high school. The intention was to increase access to senior secondary education across the country. That is why the E-Block project was initiated under the Community Day Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the E-Block at Namong was awarded to Measures Usuya Limited at a contract sum of 6.8 million Ghana cedis. The project is being supervised by Measures Architectural Engineering Services Limited, the AESL. Payment made at GET Fund stands at 3.4 million Ghana cedis. The E-Block is at the second floor slab cast stage. The ministry is working with GET Fund and the Ghana Education Service to ensure the completion and operationalization of the E-Block to serve its intended purpose. So, Honorable Member, I'm sure Mr. Speaker doesn't know your other name. Honorable Jobless will do this for the people of Yonyo. The E-Block, Naswan Senior High School is a mixed-sex school located in the Yonyo Naswan district of the Northeast region. The school was absorbed into the public school system in November 2023. The school has a total student enrollment of 184. Of which 145 are bodies and 39 are day students. To meet the infrastructure challenge of the school, the Ghana National Gas Company Limited constructed a one-story 12-unit classroom block as part of their corporate social responsibility with a staff common room. However, given the infrastructure challenge, the provision of the company was not sufficient. The minister acknowledges the need for infrastructure improvement, which include providing the school with a dining hall, kitchen, and dormitory. I'm working with GET Fund and will prioritize it into our 2026 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To operate outside the country at our expense.
Yes, honourable member, supplementary question.
Then he could equally
Thank
reach
you, Mr.
Ken.
Speaker.
This is clearly a PR stunt to justify himself in an office that should never have been set up in the first place.
Our teachers.
The wordless drain on
Yunyo
overstretched
constituency
public
is one
funds.
of the
He
deprived
also defended
districts.
Mr. Foriata's legal
And you realize
right
that
to remain
you
silent,
go to a school
warning against any undue
which has
pressure that could
class
infringe
1
on
to
his
6,
right.
and you
I
only
think
have
Ken
one teacher
Oforiata's legal team
or
should
two
call
teachers.
his bluff.
And it's
Why
worrying.
should Ken Oforiata provide
And sometimes
him with
when you
evidence
post new
that
teachers
can
there, because the area is
incriminate
very
him in
deprived,
a possible
they are not
trial?
happy to stay.
The office of the special
So I don't
prosecutor
know,
is not
with
a
the
judge
resetting
and should
agenda,
be stopped
Honourable
from
member,
exceeding its
your
mandate, he said.
question was on
Despite his
school
strong disapproval of the
infrastructure,
office
not on
of the
teachers.
special prosecutors Oprandi, Mr. Japan affirmed his
You are
support for
talking
lawful
about
accountability
dining hall,
in
kitchen,
governance.
and dormitory.
As a patriot of our
Thank you,
beloved
Mr. Speaker.
motherland, Ghana,
And I
So,
thank
I
the
so
want to
he
Minister
call
of
guided by
him
standing
Education
order
and I
elected
believe
89.
himself was in government to face the full
I thank the
consequences
Minister
of
of
their actions,
Education
but
and I
in a
hope that
lawful way, not
he
the
would
high-handed
respond to
Rambo
our
styles
needs
invasion
as he
being
said. Thank you very
systematically
much.
carried out in the
Thank
name
you.
of ongoing
Question number 82.
investigations, he said. He cautioned that
Standing in
such
the name of
actions risk political
Honourable
backlash,
Damata
especially
Ama
for the new patriotic party.
Apianima Salam.
If perceived as partisan or excessive, we the people will not condone any move calculated to further damage a party's brand on the altar of political expediency.
What the ministry is taking to complete
Mr. Japan's
the
remark have
construction of
reignited debate
Senior
over
High
the
School,
role and
which has been
effectiveness of the office of
abandoned
the
for
special
some time
prosecutor
at a great
and whether
year.
its existence justifies the
Honourable
cost
Minister,
to
you
the
have the floor.
taxpayer. The office of the special prosecutor
Speaker,
was
thank you
established
very much, the Honorable Damata. Uponsem Senior High School is located at Adretia in the Fija Kwabre South District. The establishment of the school was an initiative of the Fija Kwabre District Assembly with the help of a philanthropist. The school, which started with a population of 100 students comprising 65 boys and 35 girls, is currently not in operation. The Assembly is working on its absorption by the Ministry of Education and has written to the Ministry through the Ghana TVET service. The process for absorption is ongoing. Upon full absorption of the school, the Ministry will take the necessary steps to provide additional infrastructure to accommodate the growing student population in the Fija Kwabre South District. Let me assure the Honourable Member that the school will be absorbed into the Ghana Education Service system. Thank you.
defaulters in their audited
Yes, honourable member, any
statements,
supplementary question?
along with sexual
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
breakdown of
Mr.
non-performing loans
from the
exposures.
Minister, the
move is part of
absorption
measures
is ongoing.
instituted by the
But I
Bank
would like
of
to
Ghana
know from
as
the
an
Minister
additional
how
layer
soon
to
will the
ensure
absorption
transparency
take
to
effect.
sharpen
We
both
all know very
regulatory
soon
and systematic
basic
credit
education
risk.
examinations,
Commercial banks are also required to
and
restrict
upon
further
successful
credit to
students to be
strategic
posted to
or
the
willful
various
defaulters
schools to access
and share
secondary
their
education.
identities with key
So I would like to
financial
know from
sector
the
oversight
Minister,
bodies.
if by then,
Governor Dr.
Timeline.
Johnson
if by
Siama
then Amponse
disclosed
Senior
this
High
in a
School will
meeting
be in
with managing
operation,
directors and chief executive officers of commercial banks at the bank's
Speaker, normally when
the meeting was
ministry
part of the
receives
Bank of
such
Ghana's
requests,
post-monetary
we subject
policy
it to the
committee
regulator to
with
make an
critical
assessment.
stakeholders in the
When the
country.
minimum
The second
requirements
deputy
are
governor of Bank of
satisfied,
Ghana,
we'll
Martin
grant policy
Asante
approval to it.
checking
Let me
high
assure the
NPLs
honorable
commercial
member
banks.
that there is a
Addressing the
shift in
meeting,
government
Dr.
policy,
Siama
and
also
emphasis
announced
now
that
is
commercial
on
banks
basic
will not be
education
required
and
to cap
foundational learning.
non-performing loan
The trust is that if the
ratios
child gets it
at
right
10%
at
of
6
gross
years, you can
loans
predict the
by
80
December
years of that child.
2026.
So we are beginning
He
to
added
invest
that the
more
banks are
to improve learning
expected
outcomes at the
to
basic
tighten
level and be
restructuring
assured
rules
that within the
requiring
next
sustained repayment
3 to 6
for
months, the absorption
reclassification.
process will be completed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He directed banks
Thank
to
you very
enhance
much. Any further
non-performing
supplementary question?
loans reporting and disclosure.
Thank you. We then move to question number
monthly
140,
and public
standing in the name of
transparency.
Honorable
Dr.
Bid
Siama explained
Awantasma
that
Asidi.
these actions are part of a broader agenda to restore asset quality, promote sound lending
Thank you
practices,
very much.
and
Right Honourable
safeguard the
Speaker.
resilience of Ghana's financial
Mr. Speaker,
system. Dr.
I
Siama
rise to
revealed
ask
that the Bank of Ghana is
the
in
Minister
the
for
final
Education
stages of finalized and comprehensive
the measures
digital
the Ministry of
lending
Education
guidelines,
has
which will
put
be
in
issued
place
by August
for the
2025.
completion of the Zambo
He noted that the Bank
Girls
of Ghana
Senior High
is
School
worried
in the
about
Laura
how many
constituency.
Ghanaians are
Thank
being
you.
lured by online lending platforms to make bold promises only to turn around and trap them in
Speaker, if I
cycles
may
of
indulge you
harassment,
just
and
to
worse.
complete my answer to the honorable member for Efija Kwabre South. Part of her request is for a TVET, Technical Vocational Education Training Center at Himan
standards to both
Buhu.
bank-led and
You want to
non-bank
pronounce it well
digital
for me?
lending models, he said.
A TVET
Well, Honorable Minister, that is a question I overlook. I intend coming back to it.
okay.
But if you want to take it now, then I give the floor to Honorable B. Zidi.
That's why I indulge
So
you.
then let me give the floor to the Honorable member to ask the question number 83.
Collection practices.
Honorable member, you have the floor.
Banks active.
Thank you, Mr.
Digital
Speaker.
lending, whether
Mr. Speaker,
directly
I
or
rise
through
to
third
ask the
parties
Minister
to review
for
their models
Education.
and prepare for compliance.
What plans
strengthening
the
governance and
ministry-
decision making among
What
commercial
the
banks.
plans of the
He
ministry
announced
is
that
to
the Bank of
establish
Ghana will soon
additional
issue
secondary
a directive to
second cycle
reinforce
institution in
local
Efija Kwabre South
accountability
to
and
cater for
board
the increased
independence and
population.
foreign-owned banks
Since the
operating
only
in Ghana.
second cycle
This
institution
measure,
are
according to
Edumai
him, will deal
Senior
with
High
growing
School
concern
and a
of
TVET at
outsourcing of
Imaibo.
major credit and risk
So,
decisions to
Honorable
offshore
Minister, you can then
principals
provide an answer
who are not subject
to
to
that
Ghana's
question before we come to
oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bizidin, we shall soon come to you.
For your diligence. The ministry recognizes the growing demand for access to secondary education. Currently, the only existing second cycle institution in the Efija Kwabre South District are Aduman Senior High School and Himan Buhu Technical Institute, located at Himan Buhu. The need for additional educational facilities has become priority given the rapid population growth. Mr. Speaker, in respect of TVET, Technical Vocational Education, I'm working with Cabinet to get approval to establish a Technical Vocational Education Fund to spur investment in education infrastructure for technical and vocational education. Efija Kwabre South will benefit from it. In fact, this year, Mr. Speaker, in the allocation of the GET Fund formula, we provided for some dedicated financing for technical and vocational education, because it is our belief at the Ministry of Education that if Ghana needs to address the employability question and challenge of youth employment, then we have to emphasize technical and vocational education. Therefore, we would give it a priority and see what we can do for you. Additional school infrastructure will be provided for you per your request, but subject to budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. If you have a supplementary question, please, you have the floor. Thank you. We now come to...
Thank you, Minister, for this assurance. I'll be coming to your
Honourable Osani, this is a consensus specific.
Competitive assignment.
Mr. Speaker,
Clearly,
with
we've seen
respect,
some that have
with your leave,
cases
I
and
just would
arguments
want
for
to
themselves.
pursue
So it's a headache
one
for the
supplementary
court.
question.
Going into
The minister, in his
September
answer,
games, he added,
has made
but the positive
an
for
important
me was
disclosure.
the chances given to new
A
faces.
disclosure to the
But
effect that
is for the court
there is going
try
to
something
be
new,
a
and it
TVET
was
fund.
positive. I am looking forward to
TVET
seeing
fund,
some of
which is
these new
outside
faces in
of
September.
the get
Black
fund.
Stars will group
From what he
again
just
for the
told us.
2026
He mentions
World Cup qualifiers in
this
September.
and saying that it's going to go to cabinet and
Still
all.
on sports
May I
news,
know from the
Brands
minister
manager of Nations
whether
FC Kennedy
this
Boakye
TVET fund,
Ansah has
which
alleged that Baseke
his
Holy
government
Stars
is
used
looking forward
GFA
to
donated bars to
introduce
convey
it,
heavily built men
would
wielding knives and
require
guns
a levy
that pin AAK
to be imposed
Sports Arena
on
before their Ghana Premier League
Ghanaian, the ordinary
February
Ghanaian.
fixture. And a high
Because
stake
now
game
we've
on
just seen this
Sunday against
afternoon
Holy Stars.
the e-levy,
Nations FC abandoned
the energy
match in the
recovery
first half
levy,
and walked
simply
off
called
Honourable
e-levy being
Honourable
introduced. So I
Minority
just
Leader,
want to
when
know
we get there, we'll
whether-
cross the bridge.
Yes,
Question is
Nations
allowed.
were trailing by
Honourable
1-0
Bidsidin,
after
you have the
Baseke
floor.
Holy
Mr. Speaker,
Stars
with respect.
converted
Mr. Speaker,
a
with
32-second minute penalty.
The
The team
supplementary
subsequently released a
must
statement
come out
to
of
highlight poor security
the main
arrangements.
Your question is whether or not a tax will be introduced when they are establishing the TVET fund. And I'm telling you that when we get there, they will come here where they will get the money from will be indicated in the house. So it doesn't flow relate to the question. I'm looking at standing order 89.
We haven't had any
Mr. Speaker,
issue with
respectfully.
Baseke Holy Stars before. Even during our days together in Division
In other words,
1,
the minister
we never had
should
any
be patient
issues.
with me.
If
Mr.
we want to
Speaker,
avoid
the
relegation,
Honourable
the name of the game
Minister
is
of
a
Education
fair
is
play.
right here.
But don't use Rambo style.
He has
to win
mentioned
games, he
TVET
said. Frustrated Kennedy
fund.
Boakye Ansah
I
alleged
just want
macho
to
men
know.
with
He was
guns
shaking his
and
head saying that
knives were
it was not
bussed
going to
the
impose
match
any
center to create an
tax burden on the
intimidating
ordinary Ghanaian.
atmosphere
Can he say that
ahead
for
of
the
the
record?
game. My
Honourable
biggest disappointment is with the head of the Western Region
Minority Leader,
Association,
your
who
question
is
is
the owner
overruled.
of
The minister
Baseke. He
indicated
came to the
it will
stadium
go
in a
to
pickup
cabinet.
that was given
So
by the
before
GFA.
cabinet, why would
Bars
you
the
want him to
GFA
place
gave
answer
them
on
when they
record?
qualified
So when
for
such decision is taken,
bars that was
the answer
used
will
to bars
come.
the
They will come
macho
before
men
us.
on two
So Honourable
occasions into
Bidsidin,
the
you have the
stadium.
floor.
The macho men were holding knives and guns. It was our safety and
Thank you very much,
security
right,
officer
Honourable Speaker,
who
once
saw
more.
them. That is
Right,
why we
Honourable Speaker,
decided
I
not
rise
to play
to
the
ask
game.
the Minister
At
of
that point,
Education.
we realized that those 3
The measures the
points
Ministry of
would
Education
not
has
amount
put
to a
in place
life being
for the
lost.
completion
So
of the
the most
Zambo Girls
important
Senior High
thing
School
was that
in the Laura
we needed
constituency.
to
Thank
save
you.
our lives. That is why we asked
Minister, you have the
supporters
floor.
and players not to play the game, he alleged.
Speaker,
Meanwhile, the
let
Ghana
me
Football
thank
Association
the
is
honourable
yet to
member.
comment on
The
the
Zambo Girls
controversial
Senior High
incident.
School, located in the Laura municipality
In
of the Upper
showbiz,
West region,
music producer
is still
Joseph
under construction
Kia,
and not
known
yet in
as
operation.
Quick Action,
The establishment
has
of the
announced
school
his
was the
intention
initiative of the
to
Member of
present a
Parliament. I should
constitution
commend him
audio
for
book
that.
he
The school
produced
has
some
two
years
structures at
ago
various stages
to
of
President John
completion.
Dramani Mahama
One-story block
and the
roofed and a
Constitution
6-unit
Review
block
Committee.
at roofing
Joseph first
level.
conceived the
The
idea
construction of the above
translating
project is not
and
under the
recording
supervision of the
audiobook
ministry.
Ghana's Constitution
However, the ministry will
into
engage
major
with the
local
Ghana
dialects to
Education
create
Trust
easy
Fund
access.
and the Ghana
According
Education
to
Service
him,
to ensure
the
that
laudable
the necessary
idea
steps
has
are taken to
received a high
provide
number of
appropriate
endorsements by some
infrastructure
politicians,
for the absorption of the
media
school into the
houses,
Ghana
and legal
education system.
practitioners.
May I also
Finally, the
use this
idea
opportunity
received
to
formal
assure the
approval by the
honourable
previous
member
government
that we've
in
just
the year
launched a new
2022,
initiative of
Joseph
providing
added that the
ICT
sovereignty of Ghana
centers for girls
resides
schools
with the
in the
people.
country.
I am a
Zambo
citizen
girls
of
will
Ghana.
benefit from from the
And
initiative
if the
in our next
Constitution,
budget provision.
which is the
I
mother
thank
of
you.
all legal documents and
Thank
practices,
you.
is written in
Honorable
English,
Awanta
it
Azuma
makes many
Asidi.
citizens
Any
act
follow-up?
as if they are not
Thank you
citizens.
very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Almost 90% of Ghanaians cannot
the minister has
access
taken
even
a
the
win out of
fundamental
herself,
human rights of their
but I will still
constitution.
proceed
President
to get some
Mahama is a
clarification.
listening president,
We are
and I know
comforted
he
by
will
the fact
ensure the
that
implementation consideration of the initiative,
the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Service,
he further indicated that the Constitution of Ghana is over 30 years old
and then
and
provide the
needs to be
necessary infrastructure.
translated,
But
recorded,
it's still
and
important
produced in local languages
to find out
for easy access
what was
and
the
for
source
current
of
and
funding
future use.
for
The
this
celebrated
school,
music
so that we can
producer
pursue
is of the opinion
the people who
that this will
initiated
promote the image
this
of
school to
Ghana's
see whether
democracy
it is
and
still
rule of
possible.
law.
After all, as for
The
resources,
Chief
if we can
Executive
get more
Officer
resources,
of
so much the
24
better.
Recording Studios
And
has track record of
if we don't know
producing
the
top-notch
source of funding,
artists
it is very difficult for us
locally
to
and
pursue it.
internationally.
So I was wondering whether the minister
for some
happens to
recognized
know
advertising
the
agencies
funding
and corporate
source,
entities.
and for that matter, the contractor as
And
well.
that's how we
Thank
end
you.
it on the
This should have
evening
been a
news
substantive
broadcast.
question for
Don't
the
forget
minister.
to log on to all streaming platforms
Honorable
at
Azidi,
GhanaTalksRadio.com
this should have been a
for more
substantive
news
question
updates. My
for the
name is
minister.
Deborah
Your
Adosu.
question
Do have a
was
good
on measures that the ministry is taking to complete the project. Do you
Mr.
agree with
Speaker,
me?
we will do an assessment of it. I'm happy to engage my colleague on it. But Mr. Speaker, it's not unusual. Like he initiated, in respect of the Zombo girls, the initiative is a member of parliament. And as member of parliament, we do know that many of you are responding to the needs to expand access to education in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, it's not unusual for individual philanthropists to want to invest in education. I came across someone in my recent travel who has built a school somewhere in the Ashanti region. And he indicated that it has a population of over 400 students, and he's happy if government could absorb the school. I requested the Director General of the GS to visit the school last week, and will take appropriate decisions to assist them. At least what government should be doing. There is an individual who says, I would help government in providing access to education. But to a specific question, we'll do an assessment and let him know how the initiative started, who is behind it, who is funding it, and the contractor side. I thank you.
Any further supplementary question?
Sorry. I have another question.
So I should move to your...
Not immediately, so I can go to that one.
Very well. Question numbered 141. Standing in the name of Bida Wantanzuma Zidin. Honorable Member for Laura.
I rise to ask the Minister for Education the measures the ministry has put in place for the completion of the Bo Dumene E-block in the Laura constituency. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Measures Tifat Company Limited was awarded the contract in 2015 to construct E-block at Bo Dumene in the Laura Municipal Assembly under the government's Community E-block Phase 2 project. Work is currently stalled at 15%. The ministry is currently working with GET Fund to prioritize the stalled E-block. And as I've indicated, Mr. Speaker, I've sent a list of 22 uncompleted GET Fund projects to the administrator to prioritize for this year, and the rest will factor them into next year. The GET Fund currently is dealing with some accumulated arrears, which it is trying to settle so that those who are unpaid would get some money. The ministry remains committed to addressing the challenge and will continue to ensure the completion of the E-block in Bo Dumene in the Laura constituency. The Honorable President be assured that 15%, we have to come and do an assessment of the structural integrity of the project. And then, as I said, if you awarded a contract to a contractor in 2015, 10 years on, 2025, you don't expect him to execute the same project at the same cost. There naturally and necessarily will be cost variation. We have to do an assessment and re-award the contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any follow-up?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I will not have any supplementary question because I trust that the Minister for Education will do as he has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We then move to urgent question number 7A, standing in the name of Francis Xavier for Joseph. Yes, Honorable Minister, you are accordingly discharged. We thank you for coming to respond to your questions. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that in future we should prioritize our lady. She's been here since we started, and all the men, including the Interior Minister, took their turn, and she's been sitting here. Already, government could not satisfy the 30% slot for women, and she is
Honorable
here.
Member, you are
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying
completely
let's
out of
prioritize
order.
it.
Honorable
Yes.
Xavier Sosu, you have the floor. Well, the member is not available. We then move to question number 36. Standing in the name of Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua, Old Tafo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what the ministry intends to do to ensure the continuity of the Kaya Empowerment Program. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the query raised by the Honourable Member, I wish to provide the following detailed information. The Kaya Empowerment Program, a commendable initiative aimed at uplifting a significant segment of our youth, was initially conceptualized and implemented under the auspices of the Office of the Vice President during the previous administration. This initiative was implemented in close collaboration with several key institutions, including the Ghana Enterprise Agency, the Youth Employment Agency, and the National Entrepreneurial and Innovation Program. These institutions, Mr. Speaker, played a pivotal role in the planning and effective implementation of the program, which has been instrumental in empowering our youth engaged in Kaya sector. Mr. Speaker, while the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection was not directly involved in the initial stages of the program's planning and implementation, I wish to unequivocally state our full commitment to supporting this vital initiative. We recognize the critical and urgent need to economically engage our dynamic youth who are involved in the Kaya sector. Therefore, the ministry stands ready to render services in support of the program's continuous success. Our overarching goal, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that these young individuals are consistently provided with enduring opportunities for economic empowerment and personal development, thereby not only enhancing their quality of life, but also significantly contributing to our broader national development agenda. The ministry, for its part, launched a 5-year strategic plan for street-connected children and young persons. On May 29, 2025, the ministry convened a stakeholders meeting in Accra to present its 5-year strategic plan 2024-2028, designed to safeguard the rights and welfare of street-connected children and young persons. The meeting aimed to gather feedback, strengthen partnership, and align efforts for the effective implementation of this critical plan. It is our hope that all partners will take up their roles in the plan, especially the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, and the supplementary question. Please, the rule is that a member who asks the question would have 3 supplementary questions, and thereafter, any other member can have the floor. So, please, very well, very well. Honourable Safo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But let me commend you first and foremost for acknowledging the role that the former Vice President played in the initiation of this project. But I wanted to get what specific thing that you will do to ensure the continuity of the KIE Empowerment Program. So you can cite maybe 2 or 3 things that, given the opportunity, or even instantly, that you would want to initiate to ensure the continuity of the program. That I did not hear in your answer. If you can reiterate that for me.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I earlier mentioned, this is an initiative that is not directly under the ministry. And so to come on board to take leadership role will require us looking at the specific roles all the stakeholders I have mentioned are playing, and then what we can do to enhance it. As I stand here, that has not been done. And so it will be misleading to say that I am going to take 1, 2, 3 steps to take over the project. We are not directly the implementers of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further supplementary question?
So I get the impression that you are going to now collaborate with the 3 agencies, that is the YEA.
Supplementary question.
The answer that he gave wasn't clear, so it is proper that I get.
If you don't have a supplementary question, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, no, this is not. I'm just saying that the answer he gave is not clear. So I just want to put it proper for her. Is it the case that she is going to collaborate with YEA and GEA to be able
Very
to
well.
sure
Are you going to collaborate?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable
Mr.
Bafo.
Speaker, Honourable Minister, I wanted to find out from you if your plan, your initiative, has considered generating employment for the many women who lost their jobs through the President's directive. The many women, generating employment for the many women who lost their jobs as a result of the President's directive to terminate employment, whose employment were terminated.
Honourable Member, your question is overruled. Honourable Member, look at Standing Order 89.
Mr. Speaker.
Look at the standing orders.
Mr. Speaker, very respectful.
Look at Standing Order 89. No, just read it for the House.
Mr. Speaker, I've taken a cue. So if I may rephrase the question. Mr. Speaker, I can rephrase it.
Honourable Member, before you rephrase the question, I don't want to overrule you. Let me read Standing Order 89. Standing Order 89 said, as soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asked the question, may, without notice, ask supplementary question for further clarification or any matter or fact on the answer. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question.
I'm guided. Mr.
So
Speaker,
having been guided, proceed to ask the supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, it's a KIE matter. Mr. Speaker, it's a KIE matter. That said, it is not out of place that you provide employment for persons who lost their job as a result of the President's directive.
Honourable Member, resume your seat. Any further supplementary question? This question is specifically directed to KIA. So we need to operate within the rules. If you have a question, come and ask the question, and the appropriate minister will come and provide an answer. Has the president terminated any KIA?
Mr. Speaker,
please.
These can be alternative livelihood empowerment programs.
Please.
It can be alternative.
Does the rule allow you to do whatever you are doing? This is a house guided by rules, and I have quoted the rules to you.
Mr. Speaker, you asked me a question.
Honorable members, in the absence of any supplementary question, Honorable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House and providing answers to questions. Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sosu is in the chamber. You know, we skipped his question because...
very well, because at the time I called the question, he was not in the chamber. Yes, Honorable Sosu, question number 7A.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the measures being taken to guarantee the rights of elderly women accused of witchcraft, a phenomenon which often leads to death or worsen mental conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection remains unwavering in its commitment to addressing the issues of witchcraft accusation in this country. We recognize the profound suffering and injustice inflicted upon elderly women, which often leads to tragic consequences or severe mental health deterioration. It is for this reason that we congratulate the Honorable Member for his dedication towards the protection of women and men accused of witchcraft. In this regard, the Ministry is currently providing vital support to 813 women and men accused of witchcraft through a bi-monthly cash grant under the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program. This intervention, though modest, aims to provide immediate relief and support to those who have been unjustly ostracized or deprived. Furthermore, we continue to actively sensitize the public, particularly in communities where these accusations are endemic, to protect older persons from all forms of abuse and exploitation. Education and awareness are crucial tools for dismantling these harmful superstitions and promoting respect for our elders. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this August House that in 2022, the Ministry submitted a position paper in strong support of the then private members' bill. This bill sought to amend the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29 with the express purpose of prohibiting the practice of witch doctors or witch finders, proscribing the declaration, accusation, naming, or labeling of any person as a witch, and prohibiting the employment or the solicitation of anyone to accuse, name, label, indicate, or declare another person as a witch. The Ministry's support for this bill underscores our resolute commitment to protecting the rights of persons accused of witchcraft and holding perpetrators accountable. Building on this, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection has since formally written to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, advocating for the amendment of the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29 to explicitly criminalize these abhorrent acts. It is our fervent hope, Mr. Speaker, that this proposed amendment will receive the necessary bipartisan support from this August House when introduced, thereby providing a robust legal framework to safeguard the rights and dignity of all citizens, particularly our elderly women. Mr. Speaker, we take this opportunity to make passionate appeal to all Ghanaians to desist from accusing persons suspected to be witches. We urge our citizens to have faith and take full advantage of our established legal system to seek redress for any grievances. Furthermore, we call upon our esteemed traditional leaders in affected areas to actively protect the rights of individuals accused of witchcraft, leveraging their influences to foster peace, understanding, and justice within their communities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, any supplementary?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for the comprehensive answer given, and want to commend her for her effort to ensure that the bill on criminalization of witchcraft accusation is reintroduced. And I can only wish her best, the very best in that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No further supplementary question.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to ask the Minister, what is the Ministry doing to reintegrate those that have already been accused of such issues into the society, and what roles are they giving to traditional leaders who are within the small towns to make sure that such things do not happen? And 3, what is the Ministry doing as far as campaign is concerned to bring this to the attention of the country and most of the people within the small towns?
Yeah, for the reoccurrence, I believe that when the law is passed prohibiting it, it will not occur. So for the integration and the other aspect, Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I earlier indicated, there's a lot of education and sensitization going on. Aside that, we've also been, we've put or placed 813 of these accused persons on the LEAP program, and we are looking at how to integrate them back into society. There are other interventions that we are undertaking with other stakeholders, most of which you might not be able to give the details, but the assurance I'm giving this guest house is that we are working assiduously with all other stakeholders to ensure that there's sensitization and adequate provision made. The punitive measures that will come with the law, I'm sure, will put an end to it. With regards to the traditional leaders, like I said, we are in contact with them and then encouraging them to look at the traditional practices that give rise to this witchcraft labeling. And I believe that we are making some strides, and we believe that with all our efforts, our collective efforts, we'll be able to speed up all the interventions to achieve the targeted results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further supplementary? Honorable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House and providing answers to questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we will take just one statement and take a short break so that we wait for the report of the committee.
Do we take one or just one?
Is there a statement on your statement? Okay, so his statement and Honorable Zanetto's statement.
Very well. So if I want to go by his principle, it should be ladies first. So on this note, we shouldn't do ladies first. Very, very well. We admitted a statement by the Minority Leader Osahin Alexander Afenyomakin on the undeclared parliamentary results in Ablekuma North constituency. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this.
You like dispatch box, though?
Don't worry. This is all we have here. Mr. Speaker, I rise to draw attention to the troubling delay in the declaration of the Ablekuma North parliamentary results. It has now been nearly 6 months since the 2024 general elections, and yet the people of Ablekuma North remain without a member of parliament. This impasse suggests a worrying collusion between state institutions and represent a disturbing failure of duty. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's democratic journey has been defined by hard-earned milestones. The adoption of the 1992 Constitution ushered in the Fourth Republic, enshrining the principles of constitutional governance, the rule of law, and the protection of fundamental human rights of all citizens. Over the last 3 decades, Ghana has conducted 8 successive general elections, leading to peaceful transfers of power and reinforcing our commitment to these democratic principles. The European Union Expert Mission, in its final report, affirmed that 2024 elections were generally well conducted and met most of Ghana's regional and international obligations for democratic processes. It is against this backdrop of democratic consistency affirmed by both domestic and international observers that the failure to declare the parliamentary results of Ablekuma North is alarming. Mr. Speaker, it is a constitutional scandal that nearly 6 months after the December 2024 elections, the people of Ablekuma North are still without a declared member of parliament, an inexcusable denial of their rights to representation under the 1992 Constitution. There is no known precedent under the Fourth Republic of a parliamentary election result being left undeclared for such an extended period after voting, after citizens have cast their vote to elect a member of parliament. This delay is a serious and dangerous departure from Ghana's democratic traditions and constitutes a blot on our democratic records. This situation is not due to any legal ambiguity or logistical incapacity. It is, quite simply, because the election task force, led by the IGP, has failed or refused to do its duty of securing the entire electoral process. This impasse raises serious constitutional concerns as Parliament continues its legislative work without the full complement of elected representatives, effectively silencing the voice of the people of Ablekuma North in the deliberation of the 9th Parliament. This will not be tolerated in any serious democracy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, under Ghana's electoral framework, the Election Security Task Force, chaired by the Inspector General of Police, is responsible for the security during the entire process of election, including the collation of results. The EU Election Expert Mission acknowledged the role of ESTF as central to ensuring credible electoral process. Yet, in this instance, the task force abdicated its duty at a critical moment, leaving EC without protection and allowing lawlessness to disrupt a fundamental democratic exercise. Following the conduct of the 2024 election, an officer of the Electoral Commission was reportedly forced to declare a candidate winner under duress. That premature and unlawful declaration was later annulled after it became clear that several polling station results had not been collated. Subsequently, a High Court ruling dated January 4th, 2025, unequivocally directed the Electoral Commission to complete the collation process. To date, that directive remains unimplemented. Mr. Speaker, on 17 January 2025, the Electoral Commission issued a statement explaining that despite formally requesting police protection for the recollation process, the Ghana Police Service failed to provide adequate security at the designated collation center. According to the Commission's official statement, this security lapse allows some party supporters to invade the premises, vandalizing property and threatening EC staff, thereby halting the process. Mr. Speaker, EC also reported that the supporters, led by the Greater Accra Regional Organizer of the National Democratic Congress, and that two unidentified individuals in military uniform without name tags were among the group. These disturbing developments compelled EC staff to abandon their duties out of fear for their lives. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that the High Court order not only directed the Electoral Commission to complete the process, but also mandated the Ghana Police Service to provide the necessary security and to enable the Commission to do so. However, this lawful directive has not been heeded too. Mr. Speaker, the EC statement makes clear that the Commission had written to the police requesting security for the continuation of the collation on 17th January 2025 at 8 a.m. On the morning of the scheduled exercise, however, the police informed the EC that intelligence suggested that the exercise must be put on hold, yet they failed to provide any protection at either the old head office designated as the collation center or the new corporate head office. Furthermore, in a recent high-level meeting involving the Inspector General of Police, the Electoral Commission, and the Election Security Task Force expressed optimism about finalizing the collation and declaring the parliamentary results. Yet, weeks after the meeting, nothing has changed. The people of Ablekuma are still without a representation. Mr. Speaker, this is not a mere administrative delay. It is an affront to our democracy. The continued disenfranchisement of the people of Ablekuma North calls into question the commitment of our state institutions to the democratic process. State institutions give confidence to the populace when they stand up to their mandate. Is this a case of institutional collusion? Is this institutional apathy or a calculated scheme to deny citizens their constitutional rights to representation? Or is the police simply refusing to discharge a constitutional obligation? Mr. Speaker, our democratic resilience has been tested in the past, notably during the 2012 and 2020 presidential elections. Petitions were sent to the Supreme Court. In both instances, the aggrieved parties sought redress through the courts, and the Supreme Court adjudicated the matters transparently, reinforcing public confidence in their democratic institutions. This precedent reinforcing the importance of adhering to constitutional processes and the rule of law. The current impasse in Ablekuma North, however, deviates from this path, as it reflects a failure of state institutions to act decisively and uphold the Constitution. This House, and indeed the Ghanaian public, deserve answers. The Electoral Commission has confirmed its readiness to complete the process, but cannot do so without adequate security. The Commission is working round the clock to ensure that the people of Ablekuma North are not denied representation in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, without the full cooperation of Ghana Police Service, the EC cannot fulfill this mandate. I therefore urge the government, through the Ministry of Interior, to immediately engage the leadership of Ghana Police Service and ensure that the Commission is provided with security it needs to carry out the constitutional mandate in peace and safety. The Ghana Police Service has a duty to provide protection and to dictate, and not to dictate when or whether democracy should function. Mr. Speaker, this statement must not stand idle. This House must not stand idly by while citizens remain without representation for several months. We must insist in the strongest possible terms that democracy delayed is democracy denied. As the Ghana Bar Association rightly stated in its 2025 media conference, a vacuum has been created in Parliament due to the Electoral Commission's failure to declare the result, describing this delayed declaration as a democratic deficit, which must be addressed urgently. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ablekuma North deserve better. Their right to representation in Parliament is not optional. It is constitutionally guaranteed and it must be fulfilled. Enough is enough. The Ablekuma North parliamentary result must be declared forthwith. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me say the general elections of 2024 were a moment of pride for Ghana. Beyond marking our fourth peaceful transfer of power through the ballot box, the early and gracious concession by Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was internationally lauded as a mark of democratic maturity. These are moments that showcase Ghana as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa.
Honourable Minority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, beyond marking our fourth peaceful transfer of power through the ballot box, the early and gracious concession by Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was internationally lauded as a mark of democratic maturity. These are moments that showcase Ghana as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa. But what credibility remains if state institutions are unable to safeguard post-election processes? Let us do better for our democracy, and I take this opportunity to thank you.
All members, statement made. Yes, Honorable Peter Tobolanchiri.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some brief comments on the statement ably delivered by the Minority Leader, Honorable Afenyo Markins. Osahini. Mr. Speaker, election 2024 went past with praises across the world regarding the security of the elections. The National Election Security Task Force, led by the police, did a fantastic job, making Ghanaians begin to forget the pain that we went through in 2020 during the general elections, where we lost some lives, even in Tachiman South. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about election security, in fact, it is a security of the process, security of the administration. The election administration is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. The duty of the National Election Security Task Force is to provide an enabling environment for the electoral body or the administration of the election to be able to perform their work very well. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Ablekuma North? They couldn't even pronounce the results because some polling station results were unaccounted for. The court has made pronouncement on that, but yet we are suffering to declare that seat. What the police are saying, in other words, what the National Election Security Task Force is demanding from the Electoral Commission is for them to provide a timetable as what they intend to do. After all, if elections are conducted and we cannot get results, there is nothing wrong with conducting the elections again. If that will give us peace, if running the elections again in Ablekuma North will give us peace, let's go ahead and do that, because the police will not, and the National Electoral Security Task Force will not provide security to endanger the lives of even the EC staff. They will not provide security to endanger the lives of even people around. What they intend to do is to ensure that Ablekuma North will be represented. At least the people of Sal suffered for 4 good years. And I wanted to believe, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to believe that my colleagues from the other side, if they were so interested in the representation of people in this House, they would have expressed the same interest, the same passion, the same commitment to ensure that the people of Sal had representation in the A Parliament. But that was not the case. Mr. Speaker,
It is a very good statement from the minority leader, but all we are saying is that it is not just the issue of National Electoral Security Task Force. It is the whole gamut of the system that we have to look at. If it is not working well, let's rerun the elections again. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, you have the floor. Are you rising from your place? You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity, and I want to commend the minority leader for such an insightful statement. Mr. Speaker, today we all know that the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana is made up of 276 constituencies. But Mr. Speaker, till date, one of the constituencies is missing in the House. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility as elders of this country by reason of the positions we occupy. The executive has a responsibility by reason of that. Mr. Speaker, when you have children in the house and at the end of the day, all of them come home but one, you go looking for that child. Mr. Speaker, one of the constituencies in this house is missing. There is a responsibility incumbent upon us to go looking for that child. There is that responsibility. Mr. Speaker, we cannot play an eye for an eye. In the year 2001, when President Kufuor assumed office, Mr. Speaker, at the time, there were people who were calling for retribution, but he said, no, let's do reconciliation. It gets to a certain point where somebody should say that it should end here. In any event, Mr. Speaker, till date, is there a constituency called Sao? There's a Guan constituency which was not created as of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we cannot compare an existing constituency to a non-existent constituency. They are two different things. It's like comparing apples with oranges. Mr. Speaker, one of the children of this house is missing. We have a responsibility to go looking for that child. It is godliness. That is what Jesus spoke about in the Bible. Mr. Speaker, whether it is a Rabna Orbin, whether it is a Square Free, one of the children of this house is missing. We cannot stay here and not go looking for them. Posterity would one day say that we did not act appropriately. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, today, let us all come together and go search for one of our own which is missing from the house. It is very important, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Zuera.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my senior colleague, the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, to say that this statement is very important and timely is to say the least. As advocates for women empowerment, we have raised this issue severally regarding the Ablekumanov election and its declaration. Mr. Speaker, I listened keenly to my senior colleague, and I heard him say that when they were about to announce the results at a particular time, the EC noticed the Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Regional Organizer of the NDC, and some other notable people who came in, roughed up the scene that led to the non-declaration of the election result. Mr. Speaker, it's very curious. It's very, very curious that when we take to the queue, line up, cast our vote, and all we require the EC to do is to count the numbers. And the EC is unable to count the numbers. The EC is unable to see our numbers. And yet the same EC has eyes to see party apparatchiks. It brings the work of the EC into question. Mr. Speaker, the elections are not organized by the national security, election security. Elections in this country are organized by the Electoral Commission. At this stage, Mr. Speaker, as women of this country, women of this august house, we are standing at a serious precipice of history. That we have two women contesting the Ablekumanov election, Madam Obin and Madam Efriye, both women. And all we women are asking for is for these women to join us here in this house. That's all we are asking. Now we have a woman presiding over the institution that makes or unmakes people MPs, and she's not able to perform. Mr. Speaker, it's incompetence at the highest level. It is dereliction of duty by the Electoral Commission. And Mr. Speaker, everybody knows the history of this Electoral Commission led by Madam Jean Mensah. The same EC denying the people of Guan constituency representation in the 8th Parliament. The same EC today is denying the people of Ablekumanov representation in the August House. Mr. Speaker, that is where we should be looking. Let's not go searching and fishing for people who are not directly involved with the elections of this country. The back of the election stops at the desk of the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission will be held responsible for anything that happens in Ablekumanov. Mr. Speaker, the women of this house, we are ready. And we are going to march to the EC. We are going to demand that the EC, if they cannot declare the results of 7th December 2024, we will ask for a rerun. We need the women of Ablekumanov represented in this house. And we, the women of this house, are going to lead that charge. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the maker of the statement, the Minority Leader, Honorable Afenyo Markins. Markin.
Honorable Member, you are commenting within 5 minutes. So if you stop without speaking, I will ask you to conclude when the 5 minutes is up.
Mr. Speaker, I am commenting on this statement for a very peculiar reason. Mr. Speaker, reason number one is the future of our elections in 2028. Mr. Speaker, if members of this House do not take this matter seriously, Mr. Speaker, it is brewing a recipe for disaster in 2028.